saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water. It's like we're walking on the water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Sleep in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way 突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's
clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your life. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. and you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we.
We must survive. So true to what was wise. Standing firm for your life. I take a breath. Heart is rising when there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric, who's not wearing whatever that strawberry watermelon monstrosity of a cardigan was the other day. Thankfully. Dude, whatever that was, man. I don't know. I was watching, I was like, even my fiance was like, what is Lyric wearing? So
Whoa. She messaged me and she told me it looked great. I got a lot of people telling me that was the fit. I'm just saying.
okay. All right. Well,
But
she
it
lied
could
to me then.
only it could only work casting with the sheen though. So,
Yep.
you know, not gonna get to
That's
see
true.
too often.
That's true. You get a little away with a lot of stuff with him, but with me, maybe class it up a little bit because today is going to be classy. Let's be real. We'll talk about that in a second. First, a little bit of a catch up of yesterday. If you didn't watch the LPL, back in full swing here as we rotate to our third day back off the Chinese New Year break. And Lyric, I'm going to be so happy for WE, man. Easy place to start considering that this team's actually looking good.
Honestly, even just overall, right? Their roster came into the split so solid. I mean, having Shanks in the mid lane still is the pillar you're building around. Hope and Iwandi coming in the bot lane. I think Hong has looked like an excellent addition to the LPL. TT on the opposite side, though, I'm surprised. in the offseason, they gave me a lot of hope. They went to the Demacia Cup Finals. They went 5 games up against BLG. I mean, the roster started to pan out at the end of last year, but not able to keep up the momentum.
Again, like UCal was really, really solid, I thought, towards the end of the split, and I was getting excited for Quan Fong joining the roster, but no, TT struggling to get off the ground, as Lyric was saying. And, you know, as we're talking as well, just a side note that we're starting to shape things up into that upper echelon. Not many games being played, or rather have been played, but we're kind of sorting out, I feel like, who's going to be looking towards the bottom of the table, at least going into the first half of spring, right? Because so far, teams like Anyone's Legend, you know, I'd say FPX as well, have really struggled to show us much of anything.
And, you know, kind of to bounce off that note would also be Ultra Prime, able to pick up a win yesterday as well. Ning and Bao Lan, the boys are back on the board. So, you know, with them picking up, I wouldn't say a too convincing win. You know, it did go to 3 games against AL. Quite nice. But today, IG, EDG, RNG, LNG, all teams that I think are looking towards the top of the table, surprisingly having IG in that conversation.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Especially because, like, you know, we'll talk about it in a bit, but for IG, the roster on paper wasn't too impressive, right? I put them in the bottom 3 because it didn't seem like they could even overcome teams like RA, like TT as well, I put above them. So it's crazy. Just a quick mention, LNG, RNG later on as well. That's looking pretty red hot. And as I look through as well, Lyric, I just got to double check. It is actually in Suzhou later on. So LNG, RNG will be in the home arena of LNG. But we do have to talk about IG and EDG first, Lyric, as we look towards stage. Just a quick reminder that IG 2-0, as you were saying, with a roster that I think you were saying in the rehearsal kept their worst parts.
Yeah, I think it was easy to say that the IG bot lane was the least impressive part of that roster last year, coming in, building around them. I think just left so many question marks around what they were doing. The fact that they're sitting 2-0 up in the table, and that their bot lane has looked good so far in their 2 wins is just tremendous to talk about. But, you know, their bot lane hasn't really been the piece of the IG roster that all of us have been focusing on. It's been this guy.
He's great. You should know me. That's the name of the old PCS top laner coming out of Frank Esports. As even Gideon, who's come in, I think he's been pretty solid addition as well. And IG, look, let's be real. Their walkouts on the stage, Luke, have been some of the best part as well. This team is flashy, they're flary, and they're pretty confident for a team that, again, doesn't have the big names behind them.
And I love it. I'm so happy that we've added these walkouts. I feel like every day you at least have one player that does something that is an absolute banger, but could also be a full team. We had Nip the other day when I was casting with their dabs, and IG coming out showing their stuff every time they play.
I love it. Coaches don't partake, though. As we've found out, I don't think we've seen a coach really partake in the shenanigans that had been the walkouts. You know, Wink bowing backwards as well. IG, as you guys already saw, against RNG, it was that big flare walkout as a 5-man unit. Against a team that is, I guess, in that upper echelon as well as EDG on the other side, Lyric. We're going to talk about them because they've had some big roster changes as well. And I feel like EDG is a team that we still haven't seen enough of to see if they've been successful or not.
No, and they're another team that, I mean, it's hard to recreate, I'd say, on paper, the magic that their last roster had when you have pieces like Viper to build around. Obviously, Scout was there looking quite strong, but still, Allah coming in, we've seen the heights that he's able to reach. Fofo, what was it, 2021 summer, where he just absolutely popped off and looked like a top 3 mid laner in terms of, especially his laning phase, scapping everyone. And then, I mean, Leave, one of the most hyped prospects coming into the LPL.
There's someone out of the LDL team, for anyone that doesn't know, a really great prospect, as you're alluding to. And playing down in the bottom lane, I think, Lyric, it was in a playoffs game. It was him versus Stay. Leave definitely did stay in the lane, and Stay left the lane, but, you know, that's for another place. He was great within the 2v2, so I'm kind of excited to see how he goes here against the 2v2, because Wink and Arn, as we talked about a little bit before, have been pretty surprising in the fact that their laning phase has been more successful than, I think, I was going to say travesty, for a lack of a better word, that we saw in the end of summer.
And we were really confused, especially about, I think, Wink on the roster, because IG had multiple options for support. I mean, like, we still had Shinliu on the roster. We saw Lucas in spring of last year was there as well. Like, they had options. They decided to stick with Wink. There was a lot of talk in, like, interviews and behind the scenes about him being one of the big voices on the team. So it's like, okay, they're trying to make this work. And the fact that they've stuck with him and that they've looked good in their first 2 series in the LPL, I think is a pretty strong testament to what IG are looking to build. Maybe also a shout out to their coach of Joker, who has pretty much spent his whole career working alongside Dove. You know, going back to like when they were on like Sandbox, and even back in the day, I remember they were on Team Battle Comics, which when I was in the LMS was like a Challengers Korea team that we were scrimming in like 2017, 2018. So just two people who've always, you know, been alongside each other.
I mean, that's awesome, especially like, especially since that travel's over. You know, you love seeing those relationships develop and joining into a new team as well. While we are on the bottom lane, Lyric, I just want to quickly ask you, you know, you said you're not too excited for it, but I think it's worth mentioning that IG have been scrimming around and playing with these 80 carries in the bottom lane. Mako is also a master of the fine arts. I remember the Lissandra support, the Maokai supports that he brought out. And I feel like in these 2v2s, we should kind of expect some shenanigans, or at least something spicy coming in through draft, at least for game 1, right?
I mean, when you have Wink, who was an 80 carry player in the support role, we've seen him playing marksman and solo queue. I just wouldn't be surprised to see IG look to pull this out. But yeah, it's not something personally I'm all too excited for. But hey, maybe IG can make some magic out of it.
Well, let's hope, man. At least for me, I'll get excited as we jump into pick and ban. Remember, we're still on 13.1, folks. So as soon as that changes over, we'll let you know. But you're expecting to see these same bans. Kassadin, we've really worked out, has been overpowered. The Lucian Nami first pick, Lyric. Zeri Yumi, it looks like pieces and components already taken off by IG.
You know, with YSKM and Ala in the top lane, another thing I'm curious about is the Fiora, because Fiora is actually the most banned champion in the LPL right now. Has 25 bans, only one more than Ryze, but still has been a champion that a lot of people haven't wanted to go up against so far. And I mean, with these two, right, the Jaxes, the Fioras, we had YSKM pulling out the Camille, I believe Ala as well, in their last series playing the Jace. We can expect it to be a knife fight up in the top lane.
Fantastic point as well, considering that these are the two most played Fiora top lanes in the league. Now, for YSKM, that point would travel if he was in the LPL for longer, but in the PCS, he would first pick it without warning. It would be into any lane whatsoever. It looks like he's going to hold back a little bit this time around, with that Maokai still being so overpowered, and the strongest jungler that Gideon will get his hands on first.
I mean, it just offers so much, right? What the ultimate can do in terms of zoning, the saplings, as well as just how much damage it puts out. The other day, I believe it was in the RA series, even out damaging the Sivir on its side, which is how much you could put out. Obviously opens up for if you wanted to play even an AD mid lane champion to combo up alongside it. But EDG going to go with, I'd say, a pretty safe response, going immediately for that Sejuani to match, have a bit of a front line yourself. And I love that Fofo immediately having the confidence to just take away this Sylas pick from Dove.
It's interesting as well, though. You know, the Sylas away from Dove, but also to pair with that Sejuani will be interesting to talk about. On the other side, though, for IG, we did talk up the Fiora a little bit there, being a priority pick, but it was just hovers over the Jax. It was looking now at the bottom lane. The Varus that has been picking and showing itself up as well, when Arn and Wink in that 2v2 have been impressive so far.
Yeah, now for the side of IG, I wonder where they want to go with this one. They could wait, I think, on support and kind of see where EDG want to look with their bot lane options so far. You could just look to answer mid, but no. Wanting to get their hands on the Jax right away, YSKM feeling incredibly comfortable with whatever Ala decides to go up with against him.
We'll wait and see. At the very least, options now available, otherwise it gets banned away. But already, the interesting fact as I pause on that one, maybe it is going to be that pick up in the top side. Lyric, again, you talked about it, you brought it up. 13.1, folks, just keep that in the back of your mind. And against YSKM, who was the feature Fiora player coming out of the PCS region, Arla, who has had many memorable highlights on the pick, is going to lock it in, and now we have a fun skill match in the top side.
And I know I saw it on Twitter earlier. I'm sorry that I don't have the credit to give out to who tweeted it, but I saw that, like, both Ala and YSKM were practicing 1v1s of this matchup. I guess YSKM was actually practicing with Zeus, and Ala was practicing against Xiaosheng. So this should be something that both players are wanting to play. They're going to feel incredibly confident. You now have the double melee to set up with that Sejuani passive to try to set up for some very nice, easy ganks. And I think IG overall have just picked a bunch of the, some of the strongest meta champions available, especially looking at that Varus when, we have Lucian off the board, things like Yumi gone to potentially not open up for as warranted of a Zeri pick to come out. Then IG's draft so far, I think, giving them a lot of avenues. But right now, we're going to see some of those bans coming out. The Heimerdinger off the table. And when you have Heimer off the table, I feel like you can expect to see less of some of those marksmen to come out because a lot of them started showing their head as a good answer to Heimer, even if we have still seen them without it. You know, again, Karya picking, what was it, the Caitlyn up against, you know, the Zeri and the Yumi on the opposing side. And it also sets up for that we don't have to see things like Leona against Heimer, which haven't really worked out so far.
Yeah, that's true. Again, you know, now that it's off the board, we can explore more options, as that's only one support. Remember that EDG still don't have their bottom lane. Leave and Mako now not with the Zeri as well. Lyric, option into Varus here. What do you like? I mean, things like Ezreal playing. What else is on the board?
I think it's so tough because even things like Ezreal, which we actually haven't seen in the LPL just yet, we have seen it in other leagues. Even the Sivir, typically you do see it alongside the Yumi.
Yeah.
Lulu is something that is still available, though, if they wanted to opt into that on 5th pick. And I love it. Immediately having the Draven come out. You would expect this has to go in the hands of Wink. I mean, Wink is... Actually, both are Draven players. Both Wink and On play Draven.
Dude, they literally, Arn came into the LPL with Wink as a support and started playing Draven from the get-go. So it's like he's been taught. And, you know, you and I were sitting here being like, oh, well, we're not going to see AD carry bots now. Varus is something that also has been spreading like a bit of a plague in solo queue here and there, Lyric. So wouldn't be too surprised to see that through as, come on. Come on, this is not the meta we're in. This is not the League of Legends we're in. We don't need to go down this path, Lyric. We've already seen a Kalista support over in the LCK. It got the Baron steal. Is Mako really feeling that saucy, or is he going to go down a traditional path?
I don't think so. You know, I feel like Mako's the guy who's going to keep it stock and standard. Right now, hovering the Karma, he's going to lock it in. He does. So, standard on their side. I am very interested to see what IG are doing on the opposing side. You would expect On to be the one picking up the Draven. I mean, at least Varus does bring utility in the form of things like his ultimate. Or, wait, are we going to get... I was wondering if we're going to get even saucier with things like the Azir maybe flexing down to bot lane and moving Varus somewhere else. You know what? We're going to wait and see. Looking at the side of IG, though, I mean, strong 5v5 able to come out. You'd expect them to play more of a 1-4 composition with the Fiora making her way over. You can play out through 3 lanes as well because you know Sylas is going to feel a lot more comfortable in a side lane than the Azir on opposing side. So I think it's one of those ones where like you can play 1-3-1, you can play 1-4 with Sylas joining the fray, Fiora looking for the split push. There's definitely a bunch of different ways they have. Can still go for that 5v5 when they have the boomerangs coming out from Sivir and a solid front line in that Sejuani though. So I at least like the amount of options that the EDG comp has available to them.
Dude, you just said options. What about this? I mean, I don't know if Wink didn't change. If you want to talk about options, this one's literally like going into the supermarket and everything's half price.
I don't know. You know, I tried to wait it out thinking that...
Surely that's not real.
Surely not, but here we are. Here we are.
Dude, this is literally the epitome of let them cook. Let them in the kitchen, man. But the problem is, you don't have any pots and pans. You don't have a stove. I don't know what's going to happen in the bottom lane, Lyric, but again, Wink is someone we talked about who was playing with a plethora of different AD carries. I'm not sure if that included the Jax, but let's just hope, ladies and gentlemen, it is a bug on the screen that it was actually the Varus going into support. But I love how, Lyric, I'm rationalizing that as like a better choice. Like there's one obviously better choice than the other.
I don't know. This is going to be one of the ones where we're going to have to get into the game and see how this pans out. We can take a look into the old solo queue data and you know see if no Jax support coming up for me, Hysterics.
Okay, all right. Well,
so
everyone's waiting to go into game, so maybe it is a bit scuffed, you know.
I was gonna say I feel like we'd see like more laughs and cheeky smiles on the side of IG if that was what was really gonna go through.
Yeah.
And that also just sounds like an incredibly hard lane to, play against. Jax to like Karma Sivir on the opposing side. I mean, you have Spell Shield for the Counter-Strike that would come out. You have like the speed up to try and like run away from any all-ins he would go for.
Yeah, I love you rationalizing it. Great color casting, by the way. I mean, already you're giving us the roundabout and to what is just going to be chaotic. We're going to wait to get into game, ladies and gentlemen. The reason we're still on stage looking at players, I can tell you right now, it's probably because there was a failure to swap or something or other. I'm just speculating. We'll get the real answer pretty soon. But either way, that Jackson Varus still exists in the game. So regardless, Lyric, you know, you get your unintended wish in game 1 with Wink playing something out of the ordinary. And it's fun because the 2v2s of IG we talked up so heavily being a lot better, being kind of exciting, especially in the RNG series where they smashed Gala and Buddy multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, they look good. They look incredibly good. You know, it's not like full strength RNG bot lane to kind of give that caveat, right? Obviously, like losing out on Ming and kind of seeing, you know, what ends up with him in the league going forward. But still, you know, going up against someone who's shown up over the years like Gala and able to take that convincingly is huge. As
Wow. Everyone on the one bike.
Yeah, it looked like Mako was the one who was front and center, the mother or father figure, or like the big bike gang leader. I don't know. I actually didn't pay close enough attention to tell if it was like a family photo on a bike or like the most intense biker gang ever, where you just all use one bike.
True. It's posing as a family, as you know, the fans coming out front row and center. Remember, this is in Shanghai, guys, so. As it looks like we are getting it. Hey, I see the Varus change behind. There he is. All right. YSCam looks like he's holding a real weapon as well. I think we did need to change those.
We did.
over.
I mean, come on. Like, we're still on stage. We knew it was coming, but that would have been fun. That would have been spicy. But still, Draven Varus, it's still going to be really interesting to see the amount of aggression that they're able to come out with in that bot lane. Especially once, like, the level 6 comes out. You have Chains of Corruption trying to set up for the damage to follow through from Draven. And it's just really fun to have two Draven players playing in the same lane.
True. Again, roll swap for Wink was unexpected at first, but the fact that Arn started playing Draven, you got to think there's some kind of leadership there pushing him into it. And on the other side as well, you know, while we are talking about, I guess, new members and changing lanes, like Leave has come out of the LDL team. Remember that this guy was in EDG Youth, who, by the way, actually got to the finals of LDL, didn't win out, but got to that grand final, and they were kind of favored to win. So Lee finally getting into the LPL. There we go, Lyric. We finally get it in. IG versus EDG can start, and still in a fun way. Folks, we are seeing a 2v2 bot that just doesn't happen in the LPL, or at least hasn't yet. Our first Varus support coming here. We haven't even had the Caitlyn pop up yet here, as we've come back from Chinese New Year, but we're into the 80 carry meta. Thank you so much to Carrier, who's brought us to this point, it feels like, as IG and EDG can kick off to see how this 2v2 goes, and if they can snowball ahead, because Lyric, you already talked about the 1-3-1, you talked about the 1-4 potential here, and how EDG can play out their lanes. I feel like IG are going to need to build some pace in this bottom lane, otherwise, it just goes to usefulness.
Yeah, IG definitely going to want to set up their bot lane for success. I feel like as the game pans out, it's going to be a lot more about playing as a unit for them. The 4-man core, you know, your 2 marksmen set up with the Azir, like sieging down turrets, getting on objectives, getting those ward lines set up to try to just whittle the opposing team down and play for team fights. And Wink is going to end up going the Hail of Blades route, which, you know, just is more common coming out, I think, in the support role now. Gives you a lot of potential for early game aggression in terms of those 2v2s.
Rain of Arrows as well after the 3 hits of Hail of Blades. Really good damage with the blight that comes through from Wink. So it'll be fun to see. Lyric, you know, I'm a bit of a troll, solo queue. I've been, playing a bit of Caitlyn, a bit of Kennen support, Caitlyn support, already mentioned. A lot of 80 carries, things that people might report me for. But I'm still here, you know? And at the end of the day, it's so much fun playing these lanes, so I'm kind of excited to see what happens in the 2v2. YSCam and JJ are just going to meet out for a bit. YSCam hasn't even gone to lane. He's starting Counter-Strike, and he's just bullying down the jungler. JJ's like, what are you doing? Has to flash. And you should know me again. What a chat.
Yeah, running it down to make sure that the patience on the red buff does end up timing out. And he's just spending so much time here. I mean, what's JJ even going to be able to do? YSCam's still having that TP for top lane if he does end up going for the recall. But he's still just hanging around here. And look at the lead that Gideon's going to be able to get in that top side. He's actually counter-jungling, stealing away the wolves from JJ right now.
I mean, that's going to be a big start. As you said, the counter-jungle enabling that bot side too, where the Varus and Draven are, for a potential fight with this Maokai Lyric, because YSCam does have to TP back up to the top side. What do you think here from the push from Arla? Is that flash taken worth here for YSCam?
I think it's just going to be about what IG are able to do in terms of shutting out this jungle. It means we're going to see a lot less potency from those like 2v2s we talked about with the melee, you know, combos with the Sejuani in both mid and top. YSCam seems fine, accepting a bit of a deficit in that top lane. It's gonna be a bit harder to go for any trades, but look, Gideon's still just clearing out Jedge's jungle completely. He's going to be able to make his way down now, but he's not going to have any camps available to him. You're going to have push in mid lane on IG side with the fact that you have the Azir in the Sylas matchup. So if you can cover any counter jungling coming out from your own top side, it's really going to leave Jedge just in a position where he's starving.
And again, he'll be spotted out on wards too, so they'll be able to track him further. Considering that EDG right now, the path outside of the Raptor camp in their own jungle, has a nice ward placed on it. You can see on your camera as well, with that ward placed by YSKM that now dissipates. It sees that JJ is still topside. Gideon clears away bot, goes back to his own jungle here. And right now, great start for IG. Even a small gold lead Lyric with the CS advantage in jungle, in mid because of it. And of course, bot with the pressure that we've seen in the 2v2.
And I think what this means is JJ's going to have to give a lot to playing around Ala and enabling this top side, getting some vision down. If you are going to give ganks over, it feels like it's going to be more beneficial for him rather than other lanes, since he's the one to not only find the, the CS lead, but having this experience in the top side to allow for better trades to come through is Dove. So far just having his way with Fofo, which is what you would expect early on in this lane. He's going to have to go for the reset, has the TP to be able to get back here just fine.
Again, on that scaling mid lane, we saw him on the Cassidy really take over in IG RNG game number 1. This is second series now, as we'll be checking in with him. But for now, Gideon and Jedge are going to be battling it out. The steal for the blue buff contention here, where this is going to be triple buff Lyric if Gideon can take it away, which it looks like the answer is a solid yes.
Especially since the bounce back is happening on top wave right now, so YSCam would be able to join in this fight very easily. We've seen Dove able to keep up that pressure in mid, so yeah, the opportunities for JJ to go for that one just aren't really there, but JJ still looks like he's going to be able to find the opportunity to get both Scuttle Traps.
Again, big start here, at least for JJ. Getting the balance of both Scuttles means that he gets some of the gold back in his pocket, but it's Lucidity Boots straight away for Gideon. Always feels good with the saplings, with the Bramble Smash pick on pretty much no stake of a cooldown. Now heading back towards the bottom side. Lyric the wave in bot as well. It looks like we're freezing this one out a little bit, slowly pushing back in IG's favor. But what options do you see here for Gideon on this Mount guy who has such a lead?
I don't think there should be too much around bots, since this wave is stacking up and you're just going to push it in. I'm curious to see how much Leave and Mako opt to thinning it out and trying to, keep the lane state in a neutral position. But it actually might be EDG, the ones on the front foot, with Fofo making his way down, and JJ might have an opportunity available after he finishes off this Grump.
Then what happens with Gideon though? That Scuttle secure. He's going to see Gideon now, sapling with the control ward as well. Gideon's starting off the dragon, or at least trying to bait it for the time being. And just get some attention near the area. Lyric, you talked a little bit about the, the 1-3-1, the 1-4-1 of EDG. As Gideon continues to do this dragon, I mean, again, we also mentioned early game and how important it was. Dragon stacking here at 5 minutes 50 feels like a really good start for IG.
IG definitely going to be happy, right? Getting early dragons, giving time over to Azir and YSCam, just keep doing what they're doing, using this early Azir prio, because they're the team in my mind that is going to be more about playing as a unit later on, right? You have things like the Maokai. You have a lot of range to play with against a lot of low range and melee champions on the opposing side. Is Mako forced to flash and heal immediately.
Lyric, that's double summoners out of Mako. You're right. Leave as well. Lucky has TP, but just like his namesake, he's got to leave the lane.
Huge for the side of IG. Now it's getting here as well. They should be able to zone Mako away from the turret, but with TP, Leave will be able to get back here just fine, so I'm not sure if this will equal out into any turret plates. With Gideon going back, it doesn't seem like it should, but IG are going to be happy with this. It's going to set them up for potential return ganks to be able to play off these missing summoners. We know we're inching closer to, contests coming out around Herald, where both bot lanes opted into moving over. Now with Mako not having that flash, we'll just make him sitting down.
Well, good warding for the time being around mid, though. Helps Dove spot out Jez. Gideon's now nearby, but that piece of nature that comes at level 6, that's not yet available. Gideon should be a little bit closer than Jer, as that Scuttle Crab will be close to setting him up. And so now I just wonder, as you said, the Herald coming up in about 30 seconds. The setup is going to be pretty good here with all those ultimates having been available. Kind of wondering about Arn and Wink there as well, Lyric, because it's pretty close to an Eclipse start here for Arn already. All it takes is one cash in, and that item advantage is going to be huge here in the first 10 minutes. As round 2, speaking of, we get more aggression from Gideon.
And look at where Wink is. Wink's already here. You see Mako still making his way through mid. We might get a bit of a skirmish.
Still not level 6. JJ can just go over the wall. There's the grand challenge issued over to Winky. Flashes. The hail of arrows doesn't slow down JJ. In fact, speeds him up. It feels like it's Mako's here too. Jumping in YSCam. Uses stuff who gets first blood. The flash! You should know me! Well, we'll at least remember his dead body. Now for EDG, stuck in a 2v2 with the Nature's Wrath finally coming up. And the tree beard launches again. It's the attack on Isengard with the double kill for Gideon. And now more for Mako. Dove has to run as now the poke comes through. The passive sapling bramble smash. Maokai just busted, isn't he? As we get IG launching on all fronts.
EDG were feeling confident. It looked like the members of IG were a little bit split up and disconnected, which is why they wanted to go for that fight. But IG able to turn it around. Sadly, health bars did get low enough to where they aren't able to instantly turn that into a Herald. We're going to see here how it all started. YSKM still up in top side, so EDG wanted to go for it, knowing they have the pinch from Mako coming through the bot side. Early flashes forced out, but here we see, I think, really nice ult from Dub to kind of split up the fight, and then the stun and the flash coming out from YSKM to be able to even up this fight. Since Gideon still hadn't used the ult, it allows them to follow up and finish off JJ as well. Now we're going to come back with, again, since IG did end up getting low, it allowed for EDG to make a play on the map. They died first. They're coming out first. They're able to start making this play for Herald, and it looks like Invictus Gaming are just going to have to accept.
And Lyric in the ultimate value as well. EDG now having the Glacial Prison. It looks like respect is given by IG in that regard too. So even though IG come out with the kills in the play, Herald does eventually go to EDG the second time around. We have to look at where they put it because Lyric, you've said the jungle using the melee values in mid, in top. You know, options that for EDG they would have had the game not be so widely skewed by the start from Gideon. I want to ask you if that remains true, if we're just going to expect the Herald coming to these solo lanes, or if things change because of the game state. See on the screen.
I feel like you should still be looking at Ala as the one that EDG are looking and hoping to set up. I mean, if he can get strong and win on that 1v1 matchup against YSCam, it's going to give them a lot of options to play around. Because once you start getting to the point where IG are looking to group up, siege down some of these turrets with things like the Varus, the Draven, and the Azir.
Oh my god.
Ala gonna be able to get out just fine. I think a lot of the heavy lifting is gonna have to come down to Popo and like finding crazy flanks to be able to get on these, you know, low mobility members of IG.
And again, you know, people like the Varus support, you know, even the Draven as well, right? That low mobility for IG is very obvious. I take a second though, because top lane is just a beatdown. Ala had to back here without a teleport. Lyric, it's that Counter-Strike timing that YSKM has now just shifted the lane into 500, no, 600 gold now from that third plate. All because of smart intellectual play that puts him into a lead into a lane he came late into.
This is why IG just felt so comfortable going for the blind pick of the Jackson and not caring about the Fiora matchup or anything coming out. YSCam has brought a bit of a storm to the LPL in my mind. Just honestly, maybe the most exciting new player coming in this split. Even getting the other players to, if you see like their streams talking about how they want to bring him down a peg.
Oh yeah. But that's the fun of it. I mean, again, he's confident, and he was in a team. If anyone doesn't know, Frank Esports, if I can get a moment, this guy, again, was blind picking Fiora, was playing all these crazy picks, and was so aggressive. And that's why he fits in here, as Arn might have to show that in a 1v2, but against Leave, one spell shield, but still the aggression to go forward. That ulti now burnt down, as in response, Mako uses a heal, but it's also because IG were now in the bottom lane, getting their second dragon at 12 minutes into the game.
And you can see EDG were hoping for a way to funnel into this fight. Fofo was angling, JJ was making his way around, but the fact that On was able to just like single-handedly force away EDG's bot lane, it leaves no avenues in, and they're winning on the bot side of the map. YSKM's getting so much value by himself. It just feels like so far IG are winning absolutely everywhere on the map. CS advantage in all three lanes. We saw what happened to JJ earlier in the game from YSKM shenanigans. And yeah, IG are just winning everywhere, Sterix.
Yeah, it's good thing to see. Again, bottom lane 2v2 has been
crazy.
really solid. And
What
the
is this
fact
IG?
that, dude, this IG came out of nowhere. Like, Dove was brought over from the LCK. I talked to Chronicler, and Chronicler said, oh, he's a meddling mid laner. Is now even the 2v2 again. We said the bot is just insane. Leave getting poked out, but luckily the spell shield was there. But a flash has to be burned yet again. IG in their own individual right. Just have an 8-pack flourishing all game long.
Look at the minimap, though. It looks like we might have a skirmish up in topside as Herald does come out. Gideon's going in.
Peekaboo. Guess what? Both of them may steal the ultimate, but Gideon's is outburst. The flash comes in, but it's a bit late. His grand challenge is there. JJ on a slither of health at the burn. Enough. YSKM picks up a kill. Is flying through the skies. It's Team Rocket. It's actually just Gideon on Maokai. Presses W non-stop. 3-0-3. And a skillful opening into this EDG series once again for Invictus Gaming.
I mean, Gideon, a player who spent, the past 2 years in the KT Rolster organization, comes over to the LPL, joins this squad, again, that on paper had kept their weakest links, and just such a weird mismatch of players coming in, and they're making it work. Beautiful play in this top side to come through. EDG wanted to use his Herald before it times out. We knew it would go down for the Fiora, but Gideon comes in. Doesn't matter if Bofa starts to lock them down because Maokai Root already comes out onto JJ. And here we're going to see YSKM follow up with the flash into the jump. And sadly for all of the flash, a little bit too late. The twisted advance had already started from Gideon. So he does get locked down and another kill goes over.
In Lyric, they've been playing around their window so well. On IG's note, they all had their first item in that fight. And so they felt confident to take it on. Now, EDG are able to match in most regards, apart from the bottom lane. But 3-0-3, 2-0-1. A second item brewing now for Arn, who's got so many stacks built up. What happens here? Lyric, IG, how do they continue pushing this limit and making EDG uncomfortable in their own jungle?
I think what IG are doing now is really smart. Player on the bottom half of the map, YSKM's winning out in the 1v1, so if you can pull pressure down the bot, you're winning there as well. Zone them off turret like they're doing here, and just allow these guys to get this turret down. You can then start moving your bot lane over to mid, help Azir bully out Sauce even more, break down the mid lane turret. Because YSKM, I mean, look at how much success he's having in this matchup.
He's already got out the riposte, and you know that he's about to leap on. Arla was the top lane king at some point. Remember that this guy was the one you should remember. But YSKM, the level 11 Jax, now has to get out of there. Arla can turn this around as it's a low mana bar. It's no Grandmaster. And it's no way home, it feels like, with Fofo chasing after him. There's an ulti to steal as well. The bell dings, Counter-Strike there. Great dodge, fancy feet! Jumps back in on top of Arla, trying to bop him. You gotta give him respect for almost making his way home.
Still, he bought so much time. Other members of IG are here, and EDG are gonna get collapsed on.
It's a nature's grasp once again. Arla gets rooted up and slam dunked. Arn takes him, gets the cash in, and now for another, it's Dove 2. That was across the map, by the way, from the Draven. As IG, I mean, they're rooting up for a Game 1 win against EDG. This is just a bonkers start to the split.
And look at everything available on the map. They're going to be able to get top lane turret. Herald's being started right now. You have On pushing in waves in the mid lane. They're going to very easily be able to break down top lane turret here. They're going to get Herald. They're going to be able to pivot to mid. And then Dragon's coming up in 50 seconds. Whether they want to wait to use Herald for that time and just guarantee themselves soul point, they'd probably be able to break down mid lane turret in that push as well. EDG just have no way of stopping IG with the rampage they've been on.
It's nuts, isn't it? We'll look at this again, Lyric. As he said, YSKM bought so much time.
Yeah, and you can already see so many summoners. All of the ults are down from these three members. IG were so patient waiting in that brush. Like you said, On's ultimate coming from across the map, and that money,
That's
baby.
money.
1,200 gold. Ooh.
Oh, man. He wants to go on holiday. He's buying his shout. Pina coladas in the pool, man, because Arn just bought an Essence Reaver and a Zeal outright. That's what I'm talking about. At least the Sheen already there, but you guys catch the point. That this Draven now gets his one cash in, is now so damn relevant. And Lyric, with that cash in on top, a 6,000 gold lead brewed out of nowhere that IG, as we're talking about, could be comfortable to take the third dragon, make this a 22, 23 minute soul, and just continue to force EDG in the corner. We haven't really been able to say much in this early game.
No, you can see pings already coming out from IG towards that mid lane turret, knowing that that's the last one they have to break down. Dub, I'm actually surprised, going to TP in to just reinforce this push even further. I guess not having information that the members of EDG were basing, when you look at their words of river, you wouldn't be able to know. Because IG, not going to look for 2 turrets off of this, or maybe they will. Nope.
Shove. Value's still there, though. They get the shove into the inner turret and mid, but opening up the map even further. Lyric side lanes. Let's come back to that, because it is important to note that Dragon's not up for another 4 minutes or so. That Baron is coming up in 2 minutes, but we won't look at that yet. I want to ask you about side lane threat and how IG can play through this, because it was definitely the forte of EDG at the start that we're talking with how strong they can play the 1-3-1 or the 1-4.
Right, I mean, typically it'd be all about the Fiora playing with the Sejuani. You would have Silas on the opposite side who should be more comfortable in a side lane than in Azir, but I just feel like with how ahead the members of IG have gotten, the same opportunities aren't there, especially for Fofo. You can see he's nowhere near strong enough to really look to push out this wave or put any threat by himself. Even in that bot side matchup, we've seen YS Game went out in the 1v1, and Gideon doing a nice job of covering around when Ala is aggressively pushing, because they know if Ala has that confidence that JJ must be waiting in the room. So for now, for EDG, it feels like it's a bit of a waiting game. You're hoping to stall out a little bit, but with the fact that IG are on 3 Drakes, what are you even really stalling for?
True. So just be happy, I guess, as the Chem tech considered one of the weakest. YS Cam now going to be flashing away. Dodges away from the Glacial Prison set up by Jer. And that's one ulti down. IG now converging on the location, but EDG are going to get away. Just taking away the summoner from the Jack for what it's worth.
Yeah, so at least going to get something off that play. Resets are going to have to come out now as, okay, Ala will be able to get away just fine. And now it's going to be a lot about watching IG and how they put pressure on the top side of the map. They want to break down this mid lane turret. It's already about half HP. And if you can try and pivot that up to a push is... Okay, our observers panned back to mid so quickly, I thought a pick was going to come through. Just got a little bit baited.
Yeah, they're excited, man. They've been watching IG so far in this game. They're like, oh, who knows what's going to happen next? It's a flashback for me, Lyric, because when I first started casting in the LPL, this is what old IG felt like. You know, it felt like Jackie-Love and Baolan was very much the same. You know, the Shy in the top lane, Mini the Shy YSKM, right? He trained in IG young. We have Dove, who's a pretty solid player and has shown some really great laning mechanics. I'm not going to compare it to Rookie. Rookie's a lot better.
If you're if you're saying this is like 2018 IG,
2018,
are you gonna predict a world win? No?
Oh yeah, dude. What now? You think you don't think it's too early?
Come on.
That's true. Yeah, screw it. Yeah, IG are going to be 3rd seed at Worlds, or maybe they'll do the LCK thing. 4th seed, and they win it all. No one expects it. Do like the DRX. That would be sick.
That would be quite nice. You know, EDG now have trying to pick off both side laners at the same time. Our observers actually panned away from top while you were talking about that. They went for a play on Dove, not able to get it. Same thing here. EDG. Where are the options? Where are the options, Hysterics?
Well, maybe a pick off here. Never mind, YS Cam. He's got the Spidey sense. And you know what? The Avengers are coming. The boys? No, maybe not this time. Maybe it was like Eternals. A little bit of a rubbish move, but we're not really getting, you know, that Avengers Endgame story in just yet. At the very least,
you know
IG still trying to make the move.
I haven't seen it.
Haven't you? You know what? You're not missing out. That was just the worst. Oh my God.
Was it really?
It just sucked. And Angelina Jolie was it. And she's great. I think she's great in everything. But that movie, oh man, that was just so poorly written.
But was she great in that, despite it being an apparently not good movie?
I think she's a great actress, yeah, so definitely. But I'll be honest with you, I will not be seeing the Eternals ever again. Bit of a disappointment, but hey, look, IG are not the Eternals, man. I should never bring it up. IG are like the first time you watch the Avengers, you hear the music, they're standing around the cars, and even the Hulk's been tamed, dude. Like, I guess the Hulk in this analogy is YSKM. Because he's a force to be reckoned with, but he's your force. As IG now gearing up the Soul Lyric. 5 seconds. to see if they pull the switch as the poke comes through with the stolen ulti. Cat's going everywhere, but Gideon jumps into the fray. Onto Fofo, the change of corruption, fantastic here from Wing. Fofo gets poked down and the damage just hurts. Flashes burn left, right, and center as YS Cam makes an appearance. The music can be heard from the corner of your screen. An IG with a better health bar, more taken out of Dove. Only just missing the ulti thanks to the flash out from Arla. Just ensure that they have the soul order themselves.
Yeah, this is going to be Soul. You just got flashed out from Ala and Mako. I feel like a lot of that was down to Wink hitting that Shades of Corruption and being able to chunk out Fofo. EDG now going to try and trade, you know, what just happened for vision towards the top half of the map. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get too much. Is IG, they're able to have YSCam take Dragon solo and have their other forces already moving up.
As this could get a little bit sticky. IG still thinking about it as turret plating does go down. Rather, turret objective, excuse me. Gets some more goal back to EDG, but now facing down a Soul. And this game has been anything but great. As Arn sees Fofo in his eyes, tries to get a ward down. There's nothing going to happen here. Waiting for the Abscond of Dark. He wants to not flash out of there. As maybe you have to flash. Was it too late? Well, Nature's Grasp says yes. The Whirling Death just leads the Dragon and Fofo. I mean, Lyric, that's a bit of a whoopsie.
Yeah, getting caught out. I mean, easy the team tried to over-aggress for that top lane turret as YSCam now.
Friend challenge, and he's down. Arla, he's back, baby. At least in the Fury getting something here as JJ flashes in. Is it too early? No, it's not! JJ brings it back, and EDG ain't out of this one just yet.
Oh, I can't wait to see a replay on that one. The Baron HP, it looked high enough to where that wasn't able to go through. It looked like the turn from the IG members was going solely onto that Sejuani. We're going to get to see YSCam getting picked off first.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
going for a bit of a greedy recall. Doesn't have mana, HP already low, and he's picked off by all in the side lane. But I want to see the Baron. We can see it now. Still being whittled down on about 1,900. The turn comes through, but enough damage able to come out. Smite goes through. That's huge. I mean, still Soul for IG. They're 5k gold up, but this is going to buy time. It's going to give, you know, waves that IG are going to have to answer and at least give more time for, like, Ala, Lee, these members who are still scaling up to quite strong threats to get items under their belt.
And you have an Enchanter. That's the other big thing, Lyric. An Enchanter on any team is always good news when the game goes 30+ minutes. The value that Mako's going to add. As you said, Leave is scaling up almost towards that third item. Second item picked up with Ravenous for Arla. Now, IG is still in control of this game. 5,000 is their gold lead as the Soul you mentioned. But the biggest thing is that time is just dangerous.
Just look at On's items. Like, that's huge for EDG, but On right now is still a 4-item Draven. Strongest man on the map by far with the amount of just cash-ins he was able to get on this Draven pick. So IG have been angling to look for team fights, just haven't exactly been able to find too many. EDG have done a pretty nice job of respecting, and it seems like they're going to keep doing it. Just keep having Ala be this member to try to pull the members of IG apart. As you can see him now, walk from mid straight up towards top lane, and is going to try and angle for this tier 2 turret.
Might actually be able to get a YSCam not back in time. A lot of damage from Arla at this point in the game. Camera pans over, and there you go. The Fiora able to pick this up. Objective Bounty was actually taken down a bit ago as well as JJ flies the ulti through. Unfortunately not able to get a target, but Arla has gotten what he came for. Lyric, the only question is, does he get out for it? His Nature's Grasp doesn't connect, but hang on a minute. There's Gideon. Bramble Smash disconnected. The flash though with the Counter-Strike. Another punch down. And YSCam takes down Arla. Nothing else on the map, but at least stops that that push from continuing.
We need to see them convert this into something, though. They at least are keeping up pressure in mid, but it looks like they're going to go for the recalls coming out now. So, I mean, they get some nice gold into their pocket, but you just gave over YSCam Slash for that pick. That isn't going to turn into too much. Neutral objectives are going to come up, and, like, I mean, Baron's coming up right now. I don't know if IG will have time to look for that with all his TP timing coming up relatively soon. I mean, his TP's up. He will respond relatively soon.
Yep.
And Dragon's still so far away. Oh, I lied. That was not Baron coming up in 9 seconds. That was Baron timing out in 9 seconds.
And I was confused as well because they're both purple. So
the icon isn't any different.
It's a little. The wings are like tucked in. It's like his ears are. Yeah, no, you're right though. It's confusing to see. At the very least, top left is Elder, guys. Top right is Baron. Okay, more eyes, less, I guess, regalness to it as well. It's more of a threat. Where Elder Dragon is apparently pretty friendly. Minute 30 till that comes up, and good sir, the only thing I need to ask you as Gideon just goes in for a cheeky steal is this a good thing for EDG? Because considering we're talking about those items coming through like Navori Quick Blade that are being picked up for leave, I wanted to know if this is maybe fightable and maybe an early Elder could have been okay for EDG to maybe contest.
I mean, we were at a 6K gold lead at like 17, 18 minutes into the game. So the fact that gold lead still hasn't changed, hasn't grown, IG haven't been able to snowball this game, you know, 10 minutes later, I think is a pretty nice sign for EDG. And you can see how much of a nuisance that Allah has been able to be since this game has continued to go on. But I mean, it's all going to come down to this next fight for Elder. IG have done a great job of just making sure that they keep control of this area. I want to see how important it's going to be that YSKM used his flash to find that pick that wasn't able to turn into anything on that side lane from Allah. Because that could be a difference of, hey, if he had that flash and he could get onto a member like Leave or Allah in this fight, could be something that he regrets.
Just while we're talking about summoners, just note that JJ's flash that we used before is coming up soon as well as Allah. To dodge away. Gideon uses the Nature's Grasp way back towards the direction he came. That ulti's not going to be available for about another 35, 40 seconds, Lyric. And Elder's coming up in 10 seconds. Let's see if it coincides with EDG trying to walk in that different direction. As that's a flash burn. Straight away from Mako. Wink burning his own with the Chains of Corruption. Summoner for Summoner.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to get that from Mako once again. Going to be very hard for him to walk forward. But the nice thing for Mako, right, is that it's the other members of EDG. It's Fofo, it's JJ, it's all of the ones who theoretically want to be running into this. TP's coming out.
I think
it's
just
going to be gone.
JJ, no, not there in time. It's just yeeted. And now with that, IG have all the fighting power they could want.
I mean, IG is going to be able to put so much threat on this Baron. Now going to come up in 20 seconds. And like the lies that I spread 3 minutes ago.
That was just free. Absolutely free, Lyric. And I don't know, man. Like, I've gotten free stuff from Mackie D's. I've gotten free stuff from, you know, Bunnings as well in the past, but nothing really feels as good as that, especially when IG, we talk about their power. I want to note that Arn is now full build apart from his boots. He still has not upgraded his boots. 5 items strong here with the Infinity Edge just picked up, but only has a couple of cloth bags around his feet for the time being.
And EDG can't even contest this. We saw, not only did they get that Baron, they also got Fofo's TP out of that play. YSKM still has his, they're going to be able to guarantee this one. Now you would just hope to see the push coming through. I mean, they have great siege potential with the Azir. Varus Arrow is going to be pelted at them as well. EDG have a semblance of wave clear since they do have that Sivir available. But IG just going to be putting up so much threat. Looks like they also want to get YSKM pushing in that side wave and be able to put pressure up on 2 fronts.
We've got top wave again building up as mentioned. We've got bot, as you said, with YSKM coming through as well. And Gideon's just been playing so well in between, Lyric. I think this game, you know, Gideon, it was through early game. It was through the jungle invades we saw, the triple buff. Gideon has just been on point. Again, telling us that IG, their names might not be as great as everyone else's, but they're stepping up huge. As Nature's Grasp intertwines here, trying to get leads. Narrowly avoided as Arn doesn't take that much damage. But remember, this team still has Elder for another 35 seconds. If EDG go in for this fight, they could lose game 1 right here and there as the poke from Wing sends Mako backwards. Gideon now ready to go in. Arla has to back away. Leave has to run for his life because this full build Draven is going to one-shot as IG are not giving stop for EDG to play the game. They're going to take the Elder execute. They're going to take the fight now. Invictus Gaming, they may be nameless, but even against EDG, this team has come out unexpectedly godlike. Triple kill over to the Draven. YSKM sets up the 4th. Take the Quadra, take the Pride. IG are a different beast this split.
It's just so great to see. Honestly, maybe the most fun team to watch in the LPL right now. You know, found a huge early lead, did stall out a little bit in the mid-game, but they still never gave over the reins. They always did a 6K gold lead, even when they ended up losing out the Baron from an incredible steal. Like let's give props to JJ for being able to pull that one off. it still never mattered. IG were always in the driver's seat, and it was a team effort, right? We saw YS Cam from minute one bullying out JJ on the opposite side. It was able to get Gideon such a lead with the coordination of him invading the enemy jungle. We see IG's bot lane just winning out from picking this strong duo of the Draven and Varus coming through. And then Dove had some good ultimates and fights, but I think overall was just doing his job, playing Azir into Sylas, keeping him pushed in for a majority of that early to early mid game. And Fofo was never able to join up and fight. So overall, I think strong cohesion coming out from IG, and EDG never even got a chance to play.
Again, it's not even just through the draft. It's that cohesion, that word you used. It feels so precise with their movements through early mid game. Like IG having a game plan. That's something we didn't talk about last summer, where the old IG were kind of all over the place. They played some early games okay, a bit 50-50, but then Lyric had gotten to the mid game, and I think them, like a lot of the bottom tier teams, just didn't know how to, I guess, push an advantage, bring a game back. Like, this team is a bit more precise in that matter, and it shows that their off-season work has come in surprisingly well.
And I think it's also just hard for EDG to be able to come back into this game. You could see that they had like a solid understanding of how they do it, which is pretty much make this Fiora be a nuisance in the side lane. But it's like, how do you ever get close with like JJ or Fofo? We're talking about Fofo needing to be in a position to where you can potentially find flank, steal away a Maokai ultimate, throw that in, and try and get on the back line onto someone like On. JJ playing in front of Leave and Mako enabling him. There just weren't those opportunities there with how far they fell behind. But IG just didn't give them the chance. And I love kind of now panning out and being able to look back, right, and having the benefit of hindsight, the 5 bot lane bans coming out from IG, just setting up for this Draven Varus special to come out.
Dude, I just can't believe the Varus, worked well. Like, sure, we saw laning phase be a little bit stagnant, but Wink was hitting some of those ultis. The poke in the mid to late game was quite significant as well. And all in all, you just have a bottom lane that, again, is doing really well in the 2v2s. As you said, mid was really solid. Gideon gets my MVP. There's no way that Gideon doesn't get MVP here, Lyric. Like, that is daylight robbery if this Maokai doesn't get MVP for the way he played in the early game.
He played great. Maokai right now as a champion just feels like he does such an insane amount of damage, no matter like how you're building right now and just the utility that you're providing. Just great. Overall, this IG team is just continuing to surprise me. And I mean, if they could close this out with a convincing 2-0,
no way.
I mean, where do we start to like see the heights of IG? Is it like you said, it's a winning world?
They go to Worlds, man. They go to MSI.
It's like, week 3. You've already called it. I love it.
Holy crap! It's not even a. The thing is though, these are harder teams. Whether EDG, RNG maybe haven't got it together, but these are still meant to be teams in the top 8, the top 10 for playoffs. I don't know. As you said, IG do need to close it out. That's only game number 1. So we'll go to our break and then see if EDG have anything in the tank to stop that clean sweep from Invictus Gaming.
Topside as well, Bree trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not quite able to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. For Sivir and for Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elf does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill minion waves though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin.
Oh!
He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him.
He still got missing.
He still got missing as a trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the
quadra kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. and now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri, it's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead, it's all on Elk. He gets another one. Elk is popping off, and Elk is keeping BLG alive.
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe can TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He does a lot of damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that car's going to stay there.
TP is wasted. Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And that's
going to get back to the
two.
cell.
That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy and going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. Get the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains. All my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound. So fall to your knees. You got someone to me. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down.
IG, the team that had pieces brought in together from different regions, like the LCK, like the PCS, leftovers in the bottom lane that couldn't really win any 2v2s last year. Are they really going to start 3-0? Myself, Hysterics, and Lyric joining me. I'm going to tell you exactly if that's a yes or no. Lyric, it's looking hell good, where we saw a game 1 against EDG that I think undisputed was one of their cleanest games, and they've had plenty clean games so far as well.
Yeah, and they're kind of giving me vibes to like 2020 of like E-Star, of like a team that on paper you don't really expect to make waves, and then E-Star finished. I have it here, 11-5, 5th in the regular season. They went on like I think it was like a 4-0 streak. They're like 7-1 going through the halfway point. And this IG team kind of looks like they're set up to do the same. Great game 1 coming in. You called it. You said you wanted to see Gideon get the MVP. He picks it up. IG, they first picked the Maokai, which has been a bit of a staple here in the LPL so far, and this man made it work. YSKM might have been the one to set him up with setting JJ down in the early game, but it was like the coordination and how the team played with it, right? YSKM's being an annoyance to the Sejuani while Gideon's in the enemy jungle, stealing away all the camps, and then just able to find the opportunities. They were playing as that 4-man unit, really good like Maokai ults and ganks with those twisted advance to just pretty much punish IG in especially both soul lanes, but I think get a lot of really memorable ganks towards that top side on Ala especially, and it just looked great.
Again, it's that cohesion, the word you used before we went to break, that IG showed us mainly, that was just beautiful. This early skirmish up in the top side where Gideon already had such a big lead, and the confidence coming out of a jungler that, again, was kind of just a fill-in, right? Like, Gideon and Dub both weren't these big superstar players in the LCK. It's not like showmakers coming over, or we're getting like Faker, finally come to the LPL. We're getting these, I guess, substantial players that are really working well together and coordinating so well in Lyric. It happened all game long, at all stages, right? With an early Sol, with Baron contention, big picks, where it never really felt like EDG were able to ascertain any control themselves, unless it was like one of the solo kills, the Baron steal, which is all we could say for them in that game.
Even just going back to Gideon real quick, he was never even just like the sole jungler on any of the iterations of KT. He shared time with Cuz, he shared time with like Bonnie, he shared time with Blank, just so many different iterations of that KT roster where he was always with someone else and not that sole jungler to be relied on. Now coming in looking good. I do believe we have teams swapping sides with EDG going over to blue in this game, so that might be able to shake things up in terms of, right, that Maokai first pick, not still going to be available. I wonder if IG will have to change any of their bans now that they're on red, right? You would think something like the Rise, but no. Actually, EDG still going to be the one to take away that Rise pick. IG, if they want. I wonder if they'll still lean towards just banning out these premier bot lane picks.
True. I mean, again, it was like, what did you say? Did you say all 5 were bot lane bans in game 1? They were.
Their first 3 were Lucian, Yuumi, Caitlyn, which they're on track to repeat if they want to, and then they banned Heimer Zeri in that 4-5.
Well, again, already starting off at the same line, right? And EDG, getting rid of some of those priority picks. You mentioned things like the Maokai. I wonder if JJ is going to pick it up instead, Lyric, or maybe return back to the Sejuani, because again, that Maokai in game number 1 was so important. They have left it open for the option of first picking it themselves.
JJ has already played it in EDG's first series up against WE, so we know it's something, you feel completely fine taking if that one is left open. And IG going to change their bans a little bit, leaving the Caitlyn through, but going to take away the Ashe this time around. So Maokai still there, but EDG, if they lock this in, it would be cheeky, but it would just be showing, hey, we don't want to give YSKM any chances to carry whatsoever.
I mean, you know what's also cheeky? The Varus first pick here as well. We did see Wink take it as support in game number 1, but we're not sure if EDG are going to have that same kind of idea. On the other side, IG looking at some potential engage, remembering that jungle can come through in this 1-2 rotation as well.
Yeah, that's still available. I'm very interested to see what they go for in the bot lane, because IG's bot lane has looked like they've really wanted to play aggressive options so far. We've seen the Lucian, we've seen the Draven, we've seen the Varus. We haven't seen them be one of the teams to default to the Sivir or the Zeri, which have been very commonplace with other teams so far.
On the other side, silence, and we get the combination. As you said as well, things like the Lulu in game number 1 you mentioned, I think, were an important note. Didn't actually see it in the end, but poison option when the Yuumi is off the board. My biggest question here, Lyric, is if we get like that ego in the top lane. Remember the first couple of rotations, we saw top lane really early from EDG to match YSKM, who locked it in as well.
And this time around, we're actually getting a bit of a shifting of the guard, right? So waiting on the top lane like you're talking about, but now EDG able to get their hands on the Varus and the Azir, giving them that long range and set up the team fight to be able to play with, to where IG opting into the more brawly style. EDG looking to maybe get support earlier here. I'd kind of like that, to not leave so many options over towards the side of IG. It's going to give them an incredibly strong laning 2v2. They're going to have a lot of push to play with. We know Fofo should have early pry on this mid lane matchup, so should give JJ a lot of options to play with in terms of mid and bot side focus so far.
Yeah, different feel to last game then. So I like changing the dynamic already, considering that the Heimerdinger was actually the ban by IG in the first three ban phases, excuse me. This time around, as it gets locked in, IG are just going to swap it around. We get the Siffer, we get something a little bit more standard. But Lyric, now my question to you is, do we see EDG start banning away some of these AD carry supports with the Sivir, or does it feel like it's just a lost cause needing something like a Lulu to pair with?
I feel like the marksman support territory is still such a new ground that I'm curious to see how much teams fear it, or how confident they are to pair it with things like the Sivir coming out. So I'm not too sure what EDG are going to look for here. And it seems like on the opposing side, IG wanting to take away some of these top lane options, maybe not fearing junglers like Maokai or other strong picks, considering that they have the Sylas, and theoretically you do have that point of power that you could take the ultimate and have a lot of value from. Sure, EDG weren't able to execute it in game one. We also saw a lot of that coming down to how the early game strategy from IG was able to really just shut that team behind. So yeah, both teams so far just looking to dilute this top lane pool even more.
And again, there's not much left available for the priorities for these two guys. I mean, it's triple top lane ban against YSKM. You pulled out the Camille that we've already seen from the man. Now the biggest question is, what else is there? Like things like Ornn, we go into the pool. The Darius is on Olaf we haven't really seen yet.
We have things like Gnar, which Gnar is such a higher priority in the LCK. He's actually the second most picked top laner in the LCK as compared to LPL, where we've only seen him 6 times so far. We've seen Ala play one game of Jace. They wanted to opt in just completely playing around a range advantage with their comp, but they're definitely going to need some semblance of frontline coming out. We do still have a lot of junglers that can fulfill that role on the table, though.
But my man Wink, you know what, Lyric? It doesn't matter that we're going towards, I guess, something that's more acceptable, right? We've had APMF, we've had ADMF with, Black Cleaver, I think even Brutalizer days it came through. But we get a double AD bottom lane regardless. It looks like Wink just wants his old rollback.
If there's any meta that is suited for Wink, it is definitely this one coming out with what you're able to play. Poppy now being shown for EDG. This would give them the front line that we were hitting on them needing, and also some more peel and disengage to play with. Now I wonder, does Ala go for something like the Jace that we hit on that they played and kind of opt into this full, keep them at arm's length style, or something else? What,
you mentioned it. I like it.
Their comp would, stylistically have a very clear goal and identity.
And again, keep them at arm's length. It's good that you mentioned that when we look at what IG are bringing to the table. The Jace that has been seen more and more here in the LPL, 5th time being picked up as well with a pretty good win rate. But YSKM, he is this kind of player. He will not opt into an Ornn matchup. He's not going to sit there and be bored out of his mind. He is going to try and flip the game, knowing well his individual skills suited. And Lyric, again, we have a Sejuani who's built for solo strong melee lanes.
It just sets up for YSKM wanting to get attention from his jungler. Going to need to look for those all-ins to be able to win out in these trades, set Ala behind, and see if you can find those avenues. Overall, I mean, we have heavy all-in coming from one side, right? IG, Sejuani, Sylas, these champions wanting to jump in. Sivir going to empower that with the ultimate. You have the bullet time just layered on top of all of that, compared to EDG, who I mean, you have peel coming out from things like the Poppy of the Emperor's Divide to keep them away from you, and then just laying it down with that range advantage. You're going to do great contesting things like mid-wave to get into river first. So I love it. Two very different styles clashing here in this match.
And again, keeping them away, I think that's a really strong identity when we know for EDG that poke potential can really bring a spark to this game number 2, and they need it. For EDG, we haven't talked much about their story because they're a team that were not only coming in as, I guess, favorites considering the team that they are, but more so a team that has only played one series, and we haven't had a real taste for this new lineup. But going up against IG, it's been all about them in the story. And again, we'll continue to harp on that this team is a bit of magic right now. YSCam brings out Aurelia. We have Arn and Wink, who are both 80 carries now. And as you said, Lyric, so nicely, this is the perfect meta for Wink. They're an exciting team to watch, and we're about to find out if they can close it out with a 3-0 start to the LPL Spring Split. Now, just a reminder, it's really early, Lyric. This is only week number 3 as we've come back from the Chinese New Year break. But that is 1/3 of the way to locking in playoffs. 9 has always been the magic number, if not at least 8, right? 3 would be such a good start for Invictus Gaming to lead open spring.
Yeah, I was talking about this the other day with Sheen, that like talking about playoffs early always feels really weird and wrong, and people go, what are they doing? It's only week 3, technically week 2 if you count that week 1 and week 2 were only like 3 days each. But considering that it's only like single round robin in the LPL and there are so many teams, it feels like a lot of these early wins later on. We have so many teams that like miss playoffs by 1 series win or you know, 2 series. It's always incredibly close. So we're definitely looking at this one. And for EDG to be able to bounce back when they have picked a comp that does have a lot of volatility. You were saying we haven't hit much on, you know, kind of the history of the players. It's because it is a very different team, right? And kind of a bit of a misfit team when you think about it. A la someone who has always been up and down when he was on like DMO, TT, LNG, had some high highs, had some low lows. Fofo, very similar, was one of the best mid laners in LMS back on J team, but then had some great games on BLG and RA, but also had some very daunting low points.
Cool to see actually PCS players going up against each other, right? Different lanes, but
in different generations.
Very different generations, right? You know, Fofo's been here a while. YSKM started in IG young and then jumped back around to the PCS. His leave just takes a massive trade. But yeah, interesting talk about the generational disadvantage, or maybe rather advantages. We're going to be looking at this 2v2 in the bottom lane. Wink and Arn, double 80 carry again, Lyric. That will be fun.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this one goes, especially once Wink gets a few levels under his belt, having like both the E and Q available to him in terms of how they're able to try to combat the strong trade patterns able to come out from what Varus and Heimerdinger are able to do. We can see now what we would expect, right? Early push going over to the side of EDG in all 3 lanes, having just range advantages in both top and mid, and then something like Heimer that just enables that push so well on that bot side.
Again, the push stays there for the time being. Just going to look across the side. Junglers might be meeting with each other for a bit. Jeje going for a quick invade as Dove goes for the all-in, but this timing might not be great. Jeje comes in with the shot, but it's not against the wall. Flashes, hammer shot, doesn't connect, and Dove survives, burning the summoner after Jeje comes in red hot.
Still nice that they're able to get the flash from Dove, considering that, right? He's going to want to look for trade patterns like that. But we need to pause as Gideon trying to find an avenue into the bot lane. Won't be spotted.
And look at how sneaky this is. The level 3 Sejuani IG jungler. They're going to get the heal first. The flash match. The Arctic Assault runs in and Gideon burns his own, but now Leaf has no summoners left remaining.
That's going to be huge. Right, the immobility coming out from this Varus and them wanting to push, them wanting to try to contest for place in this bottom lane. It's going to make it so much harder. So going to need to see more vision control put down towards bot lane for the side of EDG. And one thing about their composition I'm very curious in seeing is how they navigate kind of 2 lanes that theoretically want pressure, right? You're in a very volatile matchup in top lane that if Jace starts falling behind or if Weiss can find a kill, that'll be able to flip very easily. In this bottom lane, like, sure, I guess they can function just catching waves themselves, but, right, you would want to be pushing and contesting for turret as a Varus and a Heimer. So it's going to be a bit of a juggling act for the side of EDG in terms of where Jeje and Fofo are putting their pressure.
Well, it looks like top lane is your answer for the time being, but going to be spotted on a ward. This Hex Flash also spotted by a ward deeper into the defensive side jungle of IG. YSCam expecting here as Arla slowly pushes in this top side as well. Gideon also matching for the top side here, Lyric, as Arla just keeps shoving out. Good little dodge, or I guess a miss in Arla's case here, as I guess YSCam just wants level 6 here, Lyric, to get that all-in potential.
Yeah, definitely looking for it and waiting for times to combo up with the Sejuani, right? You have that such a strong pairing. But EDG done a great job of keeping up mission control so far towards that top side. They do have top side scuttle, and I mean, we saw the ward in Tribrush there for Ala, making sure that no shenanigans can come through.
So, my curiosity then relies on what happens to the rest of this bottom lane, because Wink is someone so far has been pretty exciting to watch in that first game on the Vara support. And the second one, we talked a little bit about the misfortune, but he's also been someone who I think's been roaming around. Lyric, in game 1, I think it was level 3 on Varus, that Wink just started moving towards mid and was pretty crucial to helping one of those first ganks for top.
Yeah, and not going to have, I think, the same level of potency. I guess you can walk there, throw down the E, get a slowdown, and try and set up even better for Dove to find an all-in. But with Fofo, the one who's going to be able to maintain pressure in this matchup for a little bit longer, it's going to make it, I think, harder for them to be able to find those opportunities. So, I mean, script completely flipped in terms of like how the lanes go in this game, giving EDG more breathing room than they had in game 1. So, at least we're not going to get to a point, theoretically, where, you know, a team's down like 6K. It's YSKM.
Vanguard's edge, and look, he doesn't get the flawless duet. Arla going to survive, but Iron Fervor is fully stacked. And YSKM not able to draw out the summoner from Arla. So good restraint here from the top laner of EDG as well.
I like that he knew as well, the second the flawless duet doesn't land, that he can look for that return trade, try to even the health bars out. Had that landed, YSKM maybe would have been able to get that summoner spell out from him, but still able to find some of these opportunities. Now going to use the honey fruit to be able to get some of that health back that he is missing out on.
Minion Wave presents an opportunity here. Shock Blast not connecting. And so YSKM, again, getting that Ionian Fervor stacked up as both junglers looming over the wing as well. Gideon is a level up. Right now, 10 CS up as well. Just spotting Jet and leaving the Scuttlecraft for now, meaning EDG have a bit of top lane priority to play with.
Yeah, we saw Gideon immediately back off because Fofo was the one pushing in mid, and Ala had just pulled back from the wave, so he wasn't showing. Gideon not feeling comfortable with the potential collapse that will be able to come through. And now it looks like this is their plan. Try and maintain vision control of top side. They feel fine leaving their bot lane duo as is, even though we were kind of wondering if they would give them any amount of attention, considering that you do have this lane that we can see here want to take these plates.
Okay.
But with Herald coming up in 30 seconds, definitely prioritizing top side is the play.
Yeah, 20 left, and that dragon's sitting up there. We'll see if IG get a response play, because just further on the laning state, Lyric, 25 towards mid. I mean, that'll be slightly evened up as Dove is able to get closer towards the 20 mark. But the point still stands where Bot as well has now a sizable lead, with Leave hitting level 6 with the Chains of Corruption, getting the plates you mentioned on screen. It is a flip of the script, because EDG are now about 700 gold up in the early game, and can seize the map wherever they want. So my question to you is in regards to IG, do you make a trade play? Do you look towards that dragon? Or is it about trying to get a quick skirmish now that you're starting to hit level 6 yourself?
They definitely will feel comfortable contesting like EDG in terms of if EDG want to go for Herald, trying to look to match that play, because a lot of their strength is going to come through these skirmishes and these sprawls. EDG's power comes from like the isolated 1v1s and 2v2s, where they can abuse just the early game trading power they have and the range advantage that's coming out.
I like the ability of range advantage. We talked about that in draft especially. Members like Arla, you know, Fofo as well, people kind of forget the Azir, as we've already seen in lane. Especially Leave and Mako here on this bottom lane duo who are stacking up nicely. JJ finding Wink in rotation, the ulti in return, but he has to burn both summoners just before Dragon, just before Herald, Lyric, and that ulti has a long cooldown at this point as well.
And now JJ feeling fine leaving Ala up in that top side by himself, finally able to utilize his push and pressure coming out from their bottom lane. Dove at the same time for IG was low on health, low on mana, had to go for the reset, so just able to come out.
YSKM missed, and Bourchouet misses. He's in a lot of trouble. He might be stacking up the queue here, but is Ionian Fervor enough? Oh my god! Now all you need is Shock Plus. Arla going in. YSKM still with the full stacks in, and he gets it! You should bloody know him!
Misses everything. Ult goes wide, E goes wide, but the Ionian Fervor stacking up. Ala trying to kite it out. Feels like he can go for it, but YSKM still comes out on top.
Hot damn, man. He misses the ulti and everything. Lyric, take it away, because that was just everything.
Yeah, Ala trying to like whittle him down slowly. Goes in. Ult goes completely wide. I mean, passive stacking up. You can see Conqueror stacking up as well. Able to get out of there, though. And, I mean, the fact that he had so many minions to play around and get those Qs off was huge. But this is where you can tell Ala wanting to try to kite out this trade and play off the range. But with no vision in that brush, walks a bit too far forward. Thinks he can go for it with the hammer form Q coming up. But YSKM, another Q able to come out, guarantees the trade. I mean, the amount of healing and damage coming out with all those stacks was massive.
And I just love that 1v1 wasn't the cleanest of 1v1s. Not everything perfect, but it's a 1v1 that's a win for YSKM. And then IG are playing off the back of it. Lyric, this is going to turn into a dive. But look how far out they go forward. Gideon sets up the Social Prison. And YSKM gets gifted another one. All of a sudden, IG are off to the races, balancing out top with bot.
Yeah, IG actually the team with Herald, so they could look at dropping that. And it looks like they're setting up for the play after they do push out this wave. They're keeping Wink up towards this top side. And even have already rotated on over to the mid lane. So not leaving their own AD carry exposed for any potential gank dives or, you know, whatever shenanigans EDG can look to cook up. So overall, nice response coming out from IG from just the amount of lane pressure that EDG have been coasting off of so far.
And again, it's been diverted, hasn't it? Because Wink moved up the top lane again. Lyric, doesn't matter if it's mid or top. I mean, Wink just doesn't like staying in lane no matter what champion he's on. And this roaming about, setting up YSKM, it's going to be first turret to the bottom side of the map. But a response here with 475 gold over to IG. They actually have the gold lead here as well. At about 12 minutes into the game, as JJ now coming into Arn in the mid lane. Not going to be able to spell shield that. Shoved back. Arn shields in the end. It's the ulti. JJ doesn't get the knock up. And he's helped saved by Wink now with double summoners down too.
So, I mean, summoners burned from the side of On. Like, JJ now not having flash, not really too big of a deal when you're on this Pompies compared to being able to get everything out of the opposing Sivir. But now we start to look at items coming out, right? I mean, first item on the board for YSKM, having that Blade of the Rune King. You have Rod of Ages coming out from Dove already as well. And I mean, for the side of IG, they're starting to get to those power points where we talked about their composition is the one that's going to be scrappier. It's going to be brawlier, having so many melee options. It's about the all-in. They're going to be able to start looking and taking those fights comfortably.
In a game that, I don't know, was just looking so EDG favored through the laning phase. You look at gold, top left of your screen. Compare top laners. That's a big deal. Compare jungle, where Gideon has been the better jungler in this series so far. And mid lane feels like it's going to be, you know, Fofo against the world at this point because of his lead through the early laning phase. And Lyric, got some more questions for you because next Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes 30. Those items you were talking about, kind of big center points here to seeing if EDG can manage to get that poke damage down or if it's going to be insignificant in comparison to IG with, I guess, their item advantage shown on the Rift right now. Oh, never mind. Okay. Hold the thought because Arla might just be dead. Gideon is everywhere.
Great timing, because look at all this flash. It's just about to come up. I love that they punish a timer coming out. Ala not going to build significant damage onto this tier 2 turret, and they're even cutting off the path for any members of EDG to rotate. Judge and Fofo down on the bot side. Leave and Mako not in a position to where they can safely walk through their own jungle. Look at the amount of vision that IG have in that topside jungle as well. As Dove, though, is forced to flash, but a whole turret going over for YSKM off of that one pick. Huge.
Just sets the game up for success. IG, their gold lead is extended. We're at 1,500 at this point in the game, and at 14 minutes, as turret plating goes down, there are no turrets standing outside of the base in the top lane. Arla is in a ghost town up there. While, meanwhile, you look at mid, bottom, outer turrets still standing in other lanes that IG can start looking at. And it's a minute 10 lyric until that dragon coming up as well. So now with all that gold onto YSKM, that side lane, think about how brutal it's going to be with the fact that he's getting towards his mythic now. Second item coming through on an Aurelia that's going to be huge in this next fight.
And I like that they're sending him down towards bot side right now with Dragon being the objective that's going to come up. And heck, you've already gotten both turrets top lane. It's about starting to play around for that bot tier 1. So put your point of pressure down there. Everything's on that side of the map. They're going to put some threat on Fofo now, and it will give you an avenue to try to play into this dragon.
He doesn't care. That's radiant virtue for you. He'll throw the ulti out, and away you'll go. 30 seconds left to go. JJ spotted out Mako as well. But look at all the wards, Lyric. It is a minefield of wards. If you just focus on IG through mid lane, there's about 15 wards placed down just throughout the river and towards Dragon.
EDG finally starting to try to clear some of these out, but Wink and Gideon still here trying to put some pressure on contesting. And you've moved YSKM down to the bot lane, so he's going to be able to very easily make his way over and be that point of power. Gideon, though.
Okay, there's a flash come through, turns it around. The Radiant Virtue's going to heal him up. YSKM's all the way in. A shutback from Fofo's great, but JJ's now down. They have no jungler for the smite. And IG with numbers advantage are going to start this right off. Things looking good here for Invictus Gaming yet again. Is EDG trying to get some gold value out of pushing the outer turret mid?
Yeah, they're going to get pressure mid, and Ala doesn't opt to follow with the TP himself, which I think is a good decision considering that JJ is down. Maybe you can get tier 1 turret down top. It's not the end of the world. IG just picking up their very first dragon. EDG just need to try to get some more gold in their own pocket and finish off these items. They have Mythic on both Fofo and Ala. And right, I mean, you're playing Heimer, so you go for the Rylai's first. We still don't have an item done for JJ. Ghost Blade on Leave, so a bit of an earlier damage build instead of going straight towards your Mythic. But I think definitely wanting to get some items on JJ and even getting Leave towards that next finish himself because he's incredibly close.
Yeah, again, Leave is someone who, you know, we haven't talked about much this game, but he's still quite ahead like Fofo. As another turret goes down meanwhile. That was just Dub using the ulti off a cooldown as Mako looks for a play. But won't be able to find anything into this juggle unless JJ commits Leave, poking down. And we do have the Herald sitting there waiting. Second Herald around. That both teams seem kind of interested in, as now Fofo Lyric is even making his way up to put 5 members, at least 4, sorry, on the top side of the map.
And that's what EDG's comp needs to do in my mind. Like they need to be playing together. You're not trying to opt into like getting these waves pushed out. You want your formation, the Emperor's Divide there to knock people back. You have things like the Chains of Corruption as well. JJ tanking it all, and just Ala, Leave, and Fofo trying to whittle members of IG down when they are funneled into areas like River. But again, IG's vision control right now is just so scary. Like, how do EDG even try to make their way in? JJ's trying to find it now, but it's going to be immediately forced back.
As he goes in first, but the rest of EDG are not there. Poked down quite a bit. YSKM setting out the flawless duet. That is narrowly avoiding on Mako. As Herald resets, Fofo's trying to frontline this, but look at Dove. His positioning is going to be huge, and as he comes on in, maybe we should know him as well. It's the long haul here with the poke coming through, the bullet time as well, launched away. JJ sees numbers advantage, but Dove, I've been looking the whole time. He's stealing away the Chains of Corruption, it lands in the middle, and this is where they go. Wink gets the flash over the wall, it's a scrappy one, but they take down JJ. And Dove's plan works out in the end as YSKM jumps on in, launched back, and he gets sniped down. Maybe IG have gone too far as EDG might have something to say. Gideon runs forward, and now he's dead too. Dove with the chain lash. It's gone to Duck, flashed away from Ala, gets him. They're punished, and Invictus Gaming finally looking in the mirror.
EDG were able to kite out the fight. Sure, Chains of Corruption came through from Dove onto Fofo, but he flashes out away immediately. You get one pick. And then you don't really have any great tools left up to be able to follow through, right? Getting Zolt down. And now for EDG, they're going to be able to get away. Still didn't get the Rift Herald, weren't able to pick anything up, but the fact that they're able to win on the fight is huge. We see here JJ starting it off by knocking away the Misfortune. And look, Dove takes away Chains of Corruption, can get it onto Fofo, but no one's able to follow up because JJ is doing such a nice job of zoning out these other members. Now, no Sejuani ultimate available. You don't really have any way of finding the engage you want.
Right
And
on.
really nice ult coming out from Fofo to make sure this goes down. And I mean, just look at Fofo and Leave. They have so much room to try to kite away this fight and on. Does find Mako on the back end, but doesn't really mean all too much.
But you were saying for EDG in this game, you know, keeping space is a nice way to put it. We talk about playing range. What EDG can do with their early leads and their stability in this game. Well, we saw there from Fofo exactly that. He's got a Leandries, he's setting up for a Void stuff. Leave was another great example where 2 items strong this far as was able to space out as well. So IG walked into a bit of a trap, couldn't coordinate it well, and now finally, Lyric, I feel like this is one of the most solid things we've seen all series from Edward Game.
I will say, though, like, they rely a lot on their flashes. For IG, it's about getting those flashes down to then look for the all-ins, so it's much harder for EDG to be able to kite out the fight like they did last time around. So IG now might be in a position where they want to try and find an engage for themselves once again. But I think it's hard because you don't really have too many like hard lockdown tools to work with. Like Dove this time around, I'd say the best ult you could probably steal would be the Azir one to knock them into your team. Even Chains of Corruption, you're only locking down one member.
As Weak might be called out, has to cleanse away. JJ could be getting flanked here. Gideon is on the enemy lines. YSCam, though, is dealing with the bottom side wave. So for EDG, they walk in the river. They're confident they've got numbers advantage for the time being. Dove now moving back into the frays. For EDG, Lyric, they want this second dragon. Wink is also chunked out. Maybe that's a perfect opening.
Yeah, I think this should be theirs. YSCam, those kind of playing to an off angle and try brush, but he's just going to back off. So EDG going to be able to pick up their second Drake, and they're feeling good. They're still a bit down in gold, but I'd say for all intents and purposes, I mean, this game is pretty much even on both sides. Even the amount of vision control that IG were commanding earlier on just isn't there in the same lane.
And again, they don't have the Umbral support this time around because Wink has gone AP as they've actually found a pick on to leave. I guess we know where he's going now as YSCam flies in onto Mako. Blade of the Wrong King gets the move speed, pulls Duet close to hitting the same mark. And Lyric, it's Baron o'clock all of a sudden because their 80 carry is dead. I don't know what happened.
And Ala doesn't have TP either, so Ala won't be able to make his way over here. This will just go down.
They've got an Aurelia with Blade of the Ruined King and Divine Thunder Assist will fall if EDG don't get in. JJ getting zoned off by Winkers. Dove now spotted out on the flank. Steals away whatever he wants out of the Donga. There you go. Photon Grenade sent across. And just like that, Invictus Gaming with the old howdy to bring back in the game. Even against Ala, Dove's going to be able to try to defend this turret. Not able to do so. Ala gets it, but Baron is off.
One pick in the game completely turns back to just feeling like IG should be able to push this advantage forward. Gonna have Baron buff now to keep the EDG's like ability to push at bay. And we'll see here, I mean, Leave. Just feel like
he's got
feeling confident. Yeah. Has the Azir turret next to him, wanting to just push in this one wave. Green out, and IG take advantage.
Lyric, he should listen to his name.
He should. It's rough.
I don't know if he knows. But Leave is honestly got to be looking at his name there because that was just, that hurts so much. The Baron pickup, the 2k gold lead now. So what can you do with this when you have an Aurelia side lane who's nearly unbeatable? As, okay, I guess you can go in on the 4 for IG through bit.
Just threatening in like the in-between jungle of mid and bot. I think they're doing a nice thing to be able to react to pressure EDG tries to respond to either way, because it definitely feels like YSCam is your pushing force with this side lane threat coming through, and still just trying to pull members of EDG apart. You can see On and Wink still just hovering around that mid lane, finally gonna make their way over now, but no engage gonna come through just yet.
Well, waiting for YSCam to land that flawless duet. Has been close so far as EDG stack as a 4-man. Mid being pushed in, and you can see that Leave has to sit there for the time being. But IG playing the patience game, as now Leave has to move down as well, but this turret will be gone. With that Baron buff having another minute 15 to see how IG can play it through next.
We'll be able to go back and maybe get some more items under their belt as On just picking up a bunch of components coming on through. We can see, I mean, now 3 items for YSKM. Guardian Angel picked up. It's going to be rough for the members of EDG, but at least they have flashes back up once again. So feels like they should be able to deal with any potential engage that IG try to get under their belts. And that's why it might come down to, once again, just another pick from the side of IG. Ultimate from Gideon onto someone. You have enough burst to just completely wipe out a member of EDG.
They are gearing up for a flank. I mean, again, Leave seems to be the target as Gideon's going through enemy jungle. Trying to push with the rest of this Baron. 20 seconds left remaining. And then we can see where we stand as Gideon walking through, trying to get the ward in brush. Successfully does so with Arla chunking him out and showing a threat. But Lyric, 10 seconds left to go. I think this Baron is going to be a stalemate, not letting them into the base. At the very least, Wink might be caught out now. JJ going in. Poke good from Leave as well. I have a quick question for you, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to ask it. I always want to ask at the worst times. You know that as into the red buff steal. Okay. It ends there for the time being. Lyric, if this game goes on for a long while, which at the moment so far, 25 minutes, no soul in the horizon does, my question to you is about scaling. Like, who do you favor? Because it's a simple question usually, but there are a lot of elements to how these comps play out that feels like it's situational.
It's like one of those ones where I feel like talking about damage is negligible just because of how differently these compositions want to play out. The fact that YSCam will be able to constantly keep up this pressure insides, I think, will always give IG some avenues to being able to find flanks or ways onto the members of EDG, keep up like wards in a side lane and give them those avenues. So I still like what IG have.
As we, you know what, might be moving because EDG Jej's caught out Gideon again, man. I'm getting giddy just talking about him. YSCam missing the ulti, trying to predict where Lee's going as he has to stay, but unfortunately, IG won't let him flash forward. YSCam hits it. Flawless duet, baby. Gideon wants the permafrost, but now it's eyes on Arla. Invictus Gaming felt like a bunch of misfits in their own right. There's this team that just comes together. Really doesn't make that much sense. But this team's beating EDG now. They 2-0 RNG last week.
I mean, they've just been on a hot streak. I really feel like cohesion and how they're playing together, like their decision-making has just been so on point. JJ getting caught out, trying to clear out these control wards around River. Leave forced to flash from that bullet time, unfortunate position. And then IG able to keep running them down. YSKM here going to try and get onto Fofo, but to me, that's like the most important thing of these fights coming through. No vision there to be able to follow up on the kill, but they just forced the 3 flashes of the 3 key members. Like, it cannot be overstated how important these summoners are, because now IG can try to run them down.
YSCam, bit of trouble, has the GA available. Force duet is there, stacks up the passive, but the TP's come through. Fofo's now joined in. Gonna fight in the top lane is JJ with a great ulti. They're back on YSKM, but he's got maximum passive, maximum overdrive, and maximum damage. Now comes in Leave, who tries to carry the fight, but doves on him like sliced bread as he gets knocked up, yeeted up, and golden. Oh my god, fly, dove, fly. IG are brutal in their crusade for 2-0 this game.
That timing was just perfect coming out from Dove. We can see here them waiting towards this top side. They have waves pushing in bot, pings coming up for the Baron that's going to spawn soon. Everything is just going IG's way to inch them closer to that 3-0 scoreline. And we're going to see here YSKM wanting to go for this. He has the GA up, so he isn't really too afraid of going down. You have the other members pinstering through. Goes down and buys time, though. Glacial Fisher immediately comes down to Ala, and that's the surprising thing to me. Is Poppy pushes away 2 members, but with YSKM still in the fray, Hysterics, I don't even have time.
No, you don't, dude, because IG, it feels like old times. They still want to always fight. Arla tries to walk in top. I mean, EDG, they look a little bit clueless at this point. In both Game 1 and Game 2, there are out of options at Hills. Now onto the second Baron of the game. IG are just getting dividends, man. Huge stomps here as Lever slowed down. Hit in the bullet time. Beautiful stuff from Wink and Gideon as it all comes together yet again.
And the thing is, we've had teams that have had hot starts before. I think LNG last year comes to mind, where it's like a bunch of close games and like games where like enemy teams are throwing and you're like, should they have won this? Like their scoreline's a bit deceptive. To where this IG team, if they win this, which I mean now 10k gold up, right? They really should.
flash? No, he doesn't have it.
He
Okay,
goes
we
down.
got him. The
The thing-
burn.
IG are going to be not only 3-0, they're going to be 6-0 in games. They haven't dropped a game, you know, out from the split. And the games so far have looked clean. Like, they passed the eye test. Everything looks good. And it's so crazy when you consider that they've passed RNG. They're about to pass EDG. Two teams who aren't at the same, I'd say, level of power as they were in past seasons, but still, you know, middle to upper echelon of the table. And it just gets you excited to see them up against the top esports, the JDGs, the Weibo Gamings of the world.
The real big teams that also have big top laners as well. The exciting is JJ with the fancy foot. Gets him out of there. In fact, he has two of them. Walking
I was
away
going to say,
is a good thing.
doesn't the foot work? It's the fancy foot.
Might be a bit of a hop there from JJ. Honestly, he's 0-5-0. JJ hasn't had the best performances. Once again, Gideon feels like he's jungle gapped here, Lyric. And IG now with the second Baron of the game. They are assaulting on multiple fronts, and EDG trying to pick a side. Bye.
Yeah, they go.
Yeeted out there.
Gonna get sent flying. This Gideon gonna get chunked out. You at least have this poke coming through, but it just feels like a matter of time for the side of IG.
As another yeet out of there, man, I love it. Everyone's going flying here today as these Baroned up minions are doing some nice work right now. Dove going to be sending out the high Madonga. And as he does, you've got two inhibitors now dropping down IG on the door of 2-0 yet again. We already talked about expectations. They weren't there as YSM has just TP'd on in. The waves channeling through as well. Invictus Gaming thinking about whether they can end it here. And EDG thinking about a return of play, but maybe not yet as the poke comes through from Wink. Even that's hurting here. Getting with ulti on JJ again. Ulti stolen by Dub to poke down IG with 5 versus 4. Now they're going to lose their jungle in the process. Wisecam gets an ulti through, gets the passive out. Takes down Arla with him. But now for the rest of IG as the back comes through cheekily. Wink flashes away. Fofo gets him. I'm just surprised it's Dub.
Oh,
what? Dub just TP'd back in. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Dove comes through. The Ipscondom Duck not going to connect with the Petricide Burst of passive. Dove is such a Chad. This team is sexy, man. I love every minute of IG this season. I don't even care if that sounds biased.
They are just the most fun team to watch in the LPL right now. Exciting gameplay, exciting picks. They look good as well. Just the expectations coming in weren't there, which makes the story all the more fun. And then the entrances, right? Like, this IG team just says everything right now. They still haven't played any of the, like, superstar-studded lineups on paper, but they beat EDG. They've beaten RNG. They've done it in commanding fashion. There is nothing you can take away from these guys right now.
How can you beat that, apparently? I just can't believe we are in a world where IG are on top of the standings, not through just an easy schedule, but through strength. And IG being this strong at the start of the split, this gives me goosebumps. Whether they can beat top-tier teams like Weibo, like Top Esports, JDG, Lyric, those are other questions. But I think for now, we can be happy with the results.
They play those three teams back to back to back. They play TT, LGD, and FPX next. Teams who now you would expect them to come out ahead against. But who knows? Again, still early in the split. I think any of those three teams could step up and spice it up. But after that, they play TS, JDG, and Weibo, all one after the other. So we're going to get to learn a lot about this IG team very quickly.
Man, I think we're going to see an IG that, again, like, you know, are going to be warmed up and ready to go for that week 5. You know, Lyric, Top Esports, JDG, week 5, by the way. They versed both of those teams after they've come through that schedule we were just talking about. So Weibo's after that on week number 6. It's going to look pretty exciting to see how they transgress. And I think before we talk up IG a little bit more, I want to hit on EDG a little bit, because I think in this series, we didn't really get to talk much about EDG. It was the excitement of IG for one, but I think also EDG didn't really do much in that series. And I'm not sure if it's a lack of direction, Lyric, if you want to tell me, or if it's more so that IG were just so dominant.
I feel like it's like different things, right? Because you look at game 1, and I mean, they were set behind from very early on with just that that coordination from IceCam sitting jungle behind, and what Gideon was able to do off that lead, how the lanes were just naturally winning out as well, and it was like great play coming out from IG. This game as well was also just, again, immaculate from IG. I really think they're just playing so well right now. But EDG had more of a chance. Like, they weren't set behind from minute 1 like they were in the first game, but it felt like this composition left them a lot less like mistakes that you are able to make once a member gets blown up or once flashes are taken. You only have one frontliner. You really don't have any engage. You're playing off your kiting. You're playing off your spacing. And they had that one really good fight where they walked away ahead after Dove's flank, and they were able to kite it out. And then immediately after, right, what was like 2 minutes later, we see Leave overstay in the mid lane, overstep, pushing that way forward. He gets picked off. It leads right into a Baron for the side of IG. So had that not happened, it felt like the game could have still been that bit of a back and forth of, okay, IG are going to try and get sums. Can they get them? Or can EDG kite this out and win the fight and turn that into a Baron themselves? So it's kind of sad that I do feel like IG just in both games looked better, but kind of some small mistakes coming out from EDG, blowing this game too open for the side of Invictus Gaming.
And it's so many angles where you could have seen it, blown open more, right? Like the bottom lane 2v2 was doing well enough despite the Heimerdinger of Varus that we talked about getting turret plating and getting lane priority. Wink getting the majority of the damage in that game as well, by the way. It's great to see that there's versatility down there, but there's also a bit of flair. Dove having a really solid performance here on the Sylas in the reverse matchup. He had a great performance in game 1 on the Azir versing the Sylas, and then he did it the other way around against Fofo, by the way. And even though lane didn't look so good, I mean, Dove came out of it and was impactful on the map yet again.
I think that's the big thing for me with Dove, is even if he isn't having these, he isn't the guy who we're looking at as IG's carry. We're definitely looking at other members to be playmakers. He's still someone who's fulfilling a really cool role.
As I've just been told, we have Arn in our ears, or rather at the stadium. Not actually in our ears, but I've been told in my ears that Arn's waiting for an interview backstage.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Anne, AD carry for Invictus Gaming. Congratulations on your 2-0 very clean victory. You have got 3 consecutive wins so far. How did you guys maintain such a great performance? Is that because your team's synergy, your communication, or your very interesting opening show pose? 欢迎来到赛后采访，恭喜 IG 今天2-0非常干净利落的拿下了比赛。那么从大胜场来说，已经是豪取3连胜了。你觉得你们现在是保持这么一个具有统治力表现最主要的原因是什么呢？是因为你们的团队沟通啊，还是一些其他什么的？比如说像你们非常有意思的开场秀之类的。
我们现在主要打得这么好的原因是我们的私下的兄弟情谊比较深，然后就团队气氛就特别的好，然后训练赛很集中在修改问题，然后开场秀也是一部分。
The reason why we can maintain such a dominant performance is because we have get along very well with each other, and our atmosphere in our team is very harmonious. And in our scrims, everyone is pay everyone's attention to the scrims. Maybe the opening show is a part of that. And I have to touch on the game 1. I'm curious about the game 1 level 1 invasion. Why did YSKM evade red buff from very beginning? 那么说到今天第一局开始的时候。是有一个非常奇怪的一级团的设计，当然是取得了很好的效果。为什么在一级的时候 YSKM 会去主动入侵对方的红 buff 呢？
当时他说他就是要去搞对面打野，然后让我们打野就舒服一点，跟他们打野自爆这样子，然后我们打野去入侵，然后让我们下半野区就很好的优势这样子。
So at that time, our top laner, YSKM, said he just wanted to disturb our opponent's jungler's tempo and try to let our bot lane perform more comfortably. And I also want to touch on the game 2. Compared with the game 1, I think the game 2 was a little bit annoying for your bot. Do you, after the first turret has been destroyed, how did you guys change your ability or change your mind to utilize your strengths to the whole game? 那么其实相比第一局来说，第二局下路可能遭遇了一些不小的麻烦吧。在你们下路第一塔被推掉之后，你们两个人是怎么样做出了什么样的沟通，然后再做出什么样的努力为团队做贡献的呢？
因为第二局我们知道就是下路的 BP 不会占的优势，然后就是我们的英雄就相比比较弱势一点，然后我们就尽量就是发育，然后中期去推线啊。发育跟上团队输出，主打的就是 去打上面也去针对杰斯这样子。
I know that our bot duo is not a very good counter pick in our opponent's bot duo. After that, after we just trying to help our top laner, help our top jungle, and trying to target on JC. Final question for you: what can we expect more from Inventus Gaming? Maybe more victories or anything else? 最后一个问题，你觉得我们观众能从现在的这一支 IG 上期待更多的什么呢？
我觉得你们可以狠狠的期待我们，我们是一个很有冲刺力、很有一股劲的队伍，相信我们的未来吧。
Hi everyone, I just want to say please trust us, and I hope that we have a very bright future because we are very young blood and very aggressive. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you guys can bring more performance, more brilliant performance for you guys back to you guys. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you to Christina. Thank you to Arn. I mean, again, you know, they are young blood, and it feels like the atmosphere in that team is very good. And there's been a big focus on synergy. There's been a big focus on they used cohesion as a word there, as Christina said. So really nice that Arn is kind of situated in a team like that.
And right, it's gonna be even easier to like have good vibes and like work things through when you are sitting on top of the table. Once again, Gideon picking up the MVP. He was the one who, in this game, was just working so well with a lot of his laners. I mean, we saw him early on, right, putting pressure towards that bottom lane. It was like level 3, blows the flash from leave on that Varus. And then once we got to mid-game, it's like he's pairing really well with Aurelia, finding picks, working his way with Wink quite well around the map. And it's just so exciting to see, because even when we have, I'd say, unexpected teams kind of shoot up, a lot of the time it's off the back of like one member just having such a star-studded performance, which you do have in like YSKM on this team, but you also just have them playing these fights so well, knowing what opportunities they need to look for, like knowing the win conditions of the compositions that they're playing. And yeah, I hope they're able to keep up this momentum, because like we hit on that week 5, when they play top esports JDG, and then their next matchup in week 6 being Weibo. That's what I'm really excited to see, if they go up against like the superstars of the league and they still keep punching these teams down.
Because it's a real chance, again, schedule ramping up like that, and the fact that they've beaten EDG and RNG both 2-0, things are looking real good for IG going forward. And again, we talked about their playoffs really early on, by the way. But 3-0 start, the fact that they're 1/3 of the way to already pretty much locking in playoffs, right, in the grand scheme of things, is huge. As for Invictus Gaming, that's their story. 3-0, they haven't dropped a single game thus far. They're at the top of the LPL standings, and man, I should have gotten my IG jacket out for this one, but hey, there's always next time. We're going to go to a break, but when we return, we're going over to Suzhou, where LNG are playing at their home arena to see if they can take down RNG to look for their second win.
The LPL are kings again.
Things are heating up once again. In fact, I'd say they're absolutely red hot.
I don't think that actually went over to light. Oh, he actually connected it. That was a nice little wait there, but now Xiaohu's about to just kill Tien. He does. It's a solo bolo. In actuality, it's just trying to wait out this rotation from Weibo. They find the cease and desist. Got to get over the wall, rookie, and a lot of damage coming on Xiao, who doesn't really have much. The nice save from Crisp. Is it enough? He goes golden 2. Top esports catastrophe at hand. It'll be a flash used by rookie.
This week, it's all about the new team powerhouses in the mid lane. You know them as Yagao and Xiaohu, 2 upper echelon mid laners who have been packing one hell of a punch.
They won't even come close. Why do you think you were better than me?
LWX will finally make his way, but Shun gets the Rift Herald there, I believe. The knockups come through. Hell yeah. Just gets killed by the power unleashed from Yagao. LWX is on the wrong side of the fight. FPX Care is now the target here for BLG, and he goes down right afterwards as well. LWX has reconnected with Lula, but FPX has been eviscerated. Aganar up 3 back, and the final chapter doesn't do enough. Care also just bursted down by the culling. The cease and desist was left to the last moment, and more kills raining. A quadra kill.
We've got star-studded rosters, carry performances, and not to mention a top lane matchup that just speaks for itself. And so now, we just have to let them cook with our match of the week.
Save some space for his teammates as King Tien get a nice little engage on the Shy, and he's going for the all-in here. He's gone all out, a lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he gonna go to the solo bolo? He's gotta get out of there. He gets the execution, and the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the LPL. It's been a quick one so far because IG just slaughtered EDG in 2-0 fashion. But we return to Suzhou here. First time tonight, but not the first time of the LPL. LNG's home base as RNG look to go up against them. Lyric, both teams with a win here, but RNG lost recently to IG, again, unexpectedly. So they have actually played 2 series with their brand new roster.
Yeah, I mean, we hit on it, right? That coming into this split, RNG, like, even though they do still have some, like, studs, like, I think Wei is a top jungler. Breathe, of course, is impressive. Gala has those moments and those metas where, you have a Sheen screaming Gala, Gala, Gala. But it really felt like, I mean, the core of this team, it was highlighted in almost all the content that they ever put out, from interviews, from everything. I mean, this team was built around Xiaohu and Ming. And when you don't have Xiaohu and Ming, I think even if you do still have other strong pieces in other lanes left over, it's going to take time. It's going to be hard to find, like, what is their identity? Who's leading this team now? Like, what are you playing through? And I think it's going to leave a lot of that heavy lifting onto Wei, who, I mean, right, being a jungler, it's going to be a lot about like what options are present through the laners that you have. So I think it's going to take time for RNG, especially when you're going up against LNG, who I think came into the split a bit quieter because, I mean, losing out on B, they weren't one of the teams who sadly made it to Worlds, but you still have Tarzan. You have Scout now coming in. Hung was like the player getting people excited last year just with how crazy he was with some of his plays in the bot lane. And yeah, I feel like this is still a roster with a lot of firing power, and that, I mean, this one should be another tough one for RNG when you have relatively inexperienced players coming into the mid and support role.
Yeah, even with, like, we've seen some fun elements from Breathe, but it's not like he's been the best performing top laner so far. So, you know, Zika a chance to kind of shine against him. I'll say that we're looking, you know, at RNG with Beta Breath, because Lyric, on your note about identity, and I'll add in shot calling, like, Wei has to pick up the reins because Ming's not there. You know, Ming is on the team, but a free agent at the moment. It hasn't been sorted out. Like, the fact that Ming's not on this team, I think as well, takes another big thing away, where people are still rating RNG highly because Ming was at least there to fill somewhat of the gap left behind by Xiaohu.
Yeah, and that's, again, I'm really curious to see where this RNG ends up, like, as we get further into the split with relation to, like, the standings, because I feel like they're one of the teams that will have a harder time being able to figure it out. So as we go to the stage, we're going to be able to see who we have on the Rift today. Neither team changing up their roster coming into this one, so still the expected players coming on through, but I definitely would say slightly leaning to LNG being a bit of a favorite, but RNG, I mean, with Wei, with Breathe, with Gala, the tools to be able to win are still available.
In LNG's home arena, we'll see if they can do it. Breathe in the top lane. Wei, Tang Yuan is our mid laner. And remember that for RNG, Angel is actually also in this roster, but we have not seen him yet, with Gala and Bunny right in the bottom line.
Yeah, and for RNG, I mean, it's been more of a bot lane centric meta. We still have had our teams playing up towards the top side, like we just had IG a second ago. And we always know in the LPL the teams are going to be playing around their strengths no matter what's coming in and out, like for meta-wise, what champions are strong, what champions aren't. So I still want to see Wei getting comfortable, but I mean, when a lot of Wei's identity was working with Xiaohu, that's where I feel like the growth's gonna have to come, and what Tang Yuan can get going.
Because in the first series, I remember RNG, you know, Tang Yuan fulfilled a similar role to Xiaohu. We saw a Lissandra game coming out of him, felt like I was just experiencing, you know, Xiaohu.
Galio as well.
Yep, true. He's been the perfect fit in some regards. So there is still a lot of hope here as RNG fans. Still expecting high results here. And against LNG, it would be quite a statement as Tang Yuan comes out to the stage. You know, another player, Lyric, we didn't mention is that Gala's still on the team. Gala's been fit in since like 2020 summer. So he's now been there for a couple of years on the same roster. And he's someone who has had stellar splits, to say the least.
He's been a player that has had splits, I think, is in metas where he shines and then other moments where he doesn't. You even look at, like, the games RNG's played so far, he didn't have much of an impact. You look at, like, his damage percent coming onto the team, it's like 22.5 or something, under people like Breathe. He's the lowest kill participation on the team. He hasn't been able to find that impact so far. And when we think of his best champions, right, the Kaisas, the Aphelios not really being in, that's where it is a little bit confusing to me. He was able to start, like, showing us great games on things like the Zeri as the split went on last year. So I definitely still think it is available. We know things like his Lucian in the past have also been quite good. But with who they have right now in their lanes, it definitely feels like Gala has to be the one stepping up to put out bigger damage. Because when we move on to LNG, like, you still have Scout, you still have Zika up in that top side, who honestly had a lot of bright moments with his stint on IG. Like you have the carries here who you can imagine pulling their weight and putting games on their back.
And he had a massive buyout. Lyric, remember in the offseason, we were hearing, like, Zika was one of the most prestigious buyouts from any team. And I was so amazed, considering that, yeah, he was on that IG team that didn't do very well, but I guess his individual talent was shining through so much that LNG really wanted this top laner.
I mean, he was someone who showed great
Don't
moments, especially
stop.
on carry champions on that roster. So we saw, like, I think Nani, who was the one showing up a bit more maybe as like a team fighter and trying to play that weak side, to where when you brought in Zika, it was about setting him up to be more of a carry.
LP.
This guy comes to the stage. I'm just... What the... What is that turtle doing? Oh my lord. Someone got sassed. You know, I've seen Sussy, but that is something else. That turtle going for it as well as LP runs onto the stage. Remember, new members here, as there's the man in the bottom lane that we always talk about. A handsome devil named Hung, and let's be real, you know, Hung was another exciting addition to LNG. Considering that we remember, like, his time on FPX was quite exciting beside LWX. Their spring split especially, they were one of the best duos in the league.
I just remember how many games we would like get into Rift, and you know, like when we're going onto the Rift, we'll usually appear in between like 40 seconds to like a minute, and we'd be there, and Hung's flash is already gone. Hung is already like gone for like a flash binding on Lux or something by the time that we're even on screen to Summoner's Rift. So yeah, he's someone that you can always expect a lot of shenanigans to come out for. Curious to see how this pans out the longer he plays with LP. I'd say one of the quieter members coming in, right, has spent a long time part of the LNG organization. I guess not a long time, 2 years, but his whole career has been spent in the LNG system, whether it's been times on the academy team or like coming in as a bit of a temporary sub into the main lineup. So he's kind of the one question mark on this LNG team, and like I think will be one of the defining factors in terms of like how far they are able to go.
And look, he wasn't really that impressive within the LDL, I'll be honest, Luke. You know, as watching the LDL last split, he was an 80 carry that was on a middling team. Like, LNG Academy didn't actually make it towards playoffs. And this team was like, okay, well, there's a bunch of people who've been around in the LDL for a while, so yeah, he wasn't the hottest addition coming up to the LPL, but this experience is going to be invaluable with people like Tarzan, Scout, Hung, we've already mentioned. Hell, even Zika, who's been in the LPL a little bit longer than him if you count playtime. So we're looking at an LNG that's recharged and one in their home arena as well. I'll be curious about this game, Lyric, because from what we saw in our first series of the night, I feel like we're going to get a very different tempo, let alone maybe draft priority. I'm not sure if we're going to see as many 80 carries in the bottom lane as we saw in the last series.
And both these teams are just showing different kind of looks in their first series. You already hit on for RNG with Tang Yuan playing things like the Galio and Lysandra, kind of more supportive way on things like the Graves and Viego, trying to step up and take some more of the reins, to where when you looked at LNG coming in, it was a lot about Scout. Great game on Rise, solid performance on Lysandra, on the Syndra, but things like Zac in the jungle and Vi coming out, some Tarzan specials to set up for the engage. But it's like team that mid lane takes more of center stage, and we expect Scout to be a bit of a focus as compared to RNG, where it still feels like it's going to be about your mid laner enabling others. And that's why we're questioning them of like, okay, we know you can enable way, but then it's like, where can you go with that pressure? Maybe top side feels a little bit more reliable when I think Breathe has a bit of a better champion pool that you can believe in as compared to of what we've seen Gala in terms of his S tier play. Like, you know, Gala will still be able to do just fine on anything, but it's about what he's going to be able to be that huge carry on.
And again, we haven't seen much from Bunny by his side either, so it's the reliability of that lane, because it's been just Yuumi gameplay pretty much. Nothing too exciting in that bottom lane, but I like the point about Breathe, especially since we talk about Zika. Like the top v top should be pretty exciting when Zika's been willing to pick out things like the Aurelia, not the Aurelia in the past, but the Fiora, the Jaxes as well. We're in a heavy meta around that, and Breathe is like the Fiora connoisseur in the league. If I think of Aurelia, I think of a couple of top laners, but I think Breathe is in that top two, right? Like alongside someone like Finn.
It is kind of nice to see how like Breed's development has panned out of you know, being cursed, showing some like really great games on these carry top laners. Still, even back then, I think had like some like strong bruiser play and decent tanks. And then kind of throughout his time on RNG, feels like has been able to pick up some of the again, even more bruiser and tank options, but still has that identity there that when you see something like a Fiora come out, you always think back to that OMG Curse clip.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Curse was, is nuts. I think best player on that roster at the time as well, if anyone remembers. Bit of a flashback, but when he got picked up, we're all really excited for it, and he's had some real up and down moments. I've wondered, like, I think Arla, Breathe are two top laners who, Lyric, have had exemplary splits where they're, like, better than the Shy. You know, they're the best top laner or the top 2 top laner in the league. They've had other ones where it's been like, okay, this top lane is non-existent, or they're running it a bit.
Yeah, I think Breeze's been a bit more stable, but he's definitely
That's
had
true,
some,
yeah.
like, he's had some splits where, like, okay, he isn't showing up the same way of when you're talking about him as one of the best top laners in the league. I believe, what was it? One of his splits might have been his split on BLG, but it was either that or his time on WE. I remember him having a bit of an off split there, but still typically been, I think, been in, like, the same range of performance as compared to Ala, where it's like, okay, we've had, like, world-beating performances. We've had
We've had Aatrox running down mid.
TPing on Aatrox after his team lost a team fight and just
ran it. Questionable. Yeah,
that was a great moment. I got to be there for that.
But there were definitely some more moments with Ali. You're right. You know, Breathe does get more of a benefit, especially with the gameplay that we've seen. But again, so far from RNG, we've only seen 2 series. It's just the start of the split. And, you know, RNG losing to IG, it was kind of a walkover. We didn't get to expect too much at that point, especially with Game 2. I think, I'm getting confused between IG, AL, but they were still very convincing games. We're on the other side. LNG, they've only had 1 series so far. 2-0 against TT. It was nice, but Lyric, there's not much to take away from that. There's not much to take away when a team's played 1 series against, like, a middling to bottom 2 team.
Well, and that's why I think coming in, after that 2-0, you really don't know what to take away because, again, TT had one of the better off seasons. Like, TT, they kept a core that started to perform well towards the end of last year. They brought in a player like Juan Fong, who you're like, okay, like, this could really only be an upgrade. They go to the finals in Demacia Cup. They go to 5 games against BLG. You're pretty excited about them. And they get 2-0'd by LNG. After that, you're like, okay, do we take away that LNG looking incredibly good, or what's up with TT? And after TT has also lost to WE, I feel like we have the power of hindsight to be like, okay, like maybe TT not going to show up the way that they potentially could have after how they performed in that Demacia Cup run. But yeah, still for LNG side, we don't exactly know where they'll land, and even just their team identity in terms of like how they're going to pan out, like what kind of picks they're going to go towards. Because we know Tarzan has always been someone who I think has been willing to be more vibrant and bring out more exciting things, which is why he is one of the players we've seen play the Zac so far. Sure. But relatively untested in the LPL, players like LP coming in and how like he's going to mesh with Hung, how Hung and Tarzan are going to work together, where it's like Tarzan plays like incredibly well, and Smart can be aggressive, but it's like we've seen Hung being that super aggressive player. It's like, how are these styles going to end up meshing together, and what kind of like system are LNG as a team going to put together?
Because I think out of any other teams, like you can look at Scout Tarzan, how well it could work together. You know, I feel like Scout's quite flexible in that regard, and he spent all his time on EDG in that he hasn't really had to change his style. So I say flexibility with a caveat that he's been flexible to the changing junglers of EDG in the past, the changing bots as well. Lyric, I want to point out that it looked like we had a delay. I think LP had a mousepad issue that was getting changed out, an LPL branded mousepad, which I'm not sure where I can get my hands on that, but that seems to be resolved, so we should be getting to pick ban pretty shortly for all those waiting at home. At the very least, that was a long wait. Let's get into it. Let's see if we get double 80 carry.
I could have swore you were lying to me. You're like, okay, issue resolved. Cameras come to us. Makes no sense. But you didn't lie. I should trust you more. We've been together a long time. We're in draft. As RNG a lot of bot lane bans. It's something that we've seen become quite typical in the LPL so far. It seems like Kassadin just depends on like how individual teams feel. I'm quite surprised that Kassadin hasn't had as high of like a ban rate as we see in other regions. Kassadin's second most banned champion in LCK. Here, Kassadin's, I don't even think in the top 10 from me looking at this list. But with the bans so far, RNG with the pick of the litter, we've seen Maokai just be so incredibly high priority, but actually Renekton, first pick coming out from the side of RNG. I guess a takeaway from Zika, considering that in their first series, he played 2 games of it. They were able to find both wins. So denied comfort from the side of LNG.
I'm just surprised. I mean, it's a completely different draft phase, right? Look at the Ashe, the Kalista bans against LNG. And now we're thinking about
Elise
early
ban
top
from Wave.
laners. I know, yeah, it's completely different story, isn't it? Things like the Zeri still open and available. The Ryze we saw banned away quite a bit, and now going to be locked in here for LNG, which is a scout favorite.
So going to still have the potential ability to, have a lot of impact on the map coming out from Scout and just what you're able to dish out as Ryze. I'm interested to see what they go for here. You still have things like the Maokai Open that we highlighted, bot lane still available. Things like, of course, the Zeri kind of falling a bit in priority when we have Yuumi banned. Varus is another pick that has just been such a high priority when those bans are coming through. For RNG, we kind of hit on that. What Gala can and is willing to play, I think, is the most interesting note. But RNG, they're just saying, screw what's been done so far in terms of kind of picking your bot lane in the first rotation, or at least part of it. They're going completely for their top side. Once again, setting up that Tangyuan's going to come in as this more supportive mid laner. They're angling for Wei to be one of the massive carry threats on the team, and they want to enable to have Breathe have strong laning phases that they can play around.
It's like meta on the right-hand side, what's strong in the current patch lyric, versus left-hand side, what RNG really want to play. Because we get the Jax locked in for Zika as well, so we just have 3 13.1 picks that are dominating the meta right now.
And now they're just going to be able to ban out that bottom lane. And, we've harped a lot on about Gala. And, again, Gala's a great AD carry. His champions and what he's, the best on. But and you kind of hit on it. Bunny, I feel like maybe is the reason why RNG just don't feel too comfortable about leaning so heavily around playing with their bot lane and getting them on priority picks. Again, just going to be a lot of growing pains coming out for them. Both top sides completely picked up. It's going to set up for the side of LNG to go with their AD carry option first.
Oh, yeah.
Things we still have in the pool, again, the Varus still being there. I guess Sivir still on the board as well, but another champion that I feel like you see a bit less of once Yuumi is off the table as well.
And Lulu not really being looked at so far today. I want to point out that, the bunny band with Yuumi means he's going to be on something else. The Ashe is gone too. Might be a Karma down in that bottom lane, but we talked about the flexibility of the new support here for RNG. So far, LNG kind of putting them in a corner. Even with the Heimerdinger ban coming through here as well, Sivir goes through finally for RNG. Maybe we do go for something different, Lyric, or we just return to that Varus that you were talking about earlier on.
Yeah, I don't see a reason not to. Sure, there's some threat on him if Breathe finds you in the backline and you bring Tangyuan in on the Galio, but you don't really have too much lockdown to worry about, or at least too much ability to cover distance very easily on their side as RNG coming out with the spice, bringing out the Ziggs Leona bot lane. So we at least know they're just going to be focused on clearing waves. Bunny should want to go pair up with the other side of the map, and it's going to be a very top-side focused game coming out for RNG.
I mean, again, this just feels like we're looking at RNG with a bit of Xiaohu magic, right? With Ming as well. Now Hung's like, where should I go? We know he loves Pyke, but Rakan is also one of his fan favorites, and even without the Xayah, we get a very different bottom lane, and it's just an interesting way to round out the draft, Lyric. Start with RNG. That's a good place to go.
I mean, RNG clearly just don't care about the meta or aren't comfortable playing on the current strong picks, because what year is this comp, or what path are they playing on? But we kind of hit on it, right? You're going to have Ziggs able to clear out to safely in that bottom side. It opens up Bunny to be able to have more impact on the map. Maybe set him, Wei, and Tangyuan as this 3-man roaming squad. Try to get the Renekton ahead in the early game so he is pretty useful. And mostly play around Wei. Set Wei up for success. To on the side of LNG, it feels way more stock and standard. Sure, the Rakan's there, but you've already had the Leona blind picked. One of the reasons why our support pool is just so varied is we're getting things like the Enchanters coming out first. If you have things like blind pick Leona, Nautilus, whatever, it does open up for more of these picks like Rakan to be able to come back into the fold.
And again, it's Hung's favorite too. So even though there's been an identity in this first game built by LNG, in the ways of picking what's strong in the meta, Hung is someone who will still pull out one of his, some of his favorite champions. Rakan last split was playing non-stop. The Pike as well, we saw a hover there. That's something that could always make an appearance too. It's good to see him kind of returning to a pick that he was so influential on the side of FPX at times. We head into Summoner's Rift in LNG's home arena. They've got Scout on this new roster alongside Tarzan. It's exciting to see this Korean jungle duo with Zika, who had a massive buyout, who's got a lot of potential. But is it going to be enough going up against RNG, who've just decided to throw aside the meta, bring a Ziggs into the bottom lane, return Tang Yuan on this Galio, and as Lyric said, play around this jungle, play around top side, and snowball the heck out of this game. It'll be fun to watch this at least play out here as we return back to the Rift.
Always just interested to see when teams go kind of off script and bring out things like we're seeing come out from RNG side. Predator going to be there for Tang Yuan, so going to have a lot of ability to make early plays on the map, even starting off with the boots for if any action can look to pan out. I definitely think as the game goes on, though, like LNG going to be feeling good with things like the Varus dishing out. Just all three of your lanes going to be able to put out like tremendous numbers as this game goes on. So RNG to me feel like the team that's on a bit of a clock, but they do have a lot of tools to force things early on, at least coming out from the Galio's movement and Bunny being on this Leona.
Yeah, one of those movement tools. I mean, the Predator is sparsely seen. I guess we don't see many Galios, but it's something that I think Xiaohu did best. Him and Doomby, where Lyric, we saw level 3, level 2 Galio just run to a side lane, press Predator early, and just run into someone with W.
That is some of the best early movement we've seen, but whenever the words like early movement and talking about roams come out, I don't know, I always just think of like that MSI with Fuhi's Aurelion Soul at like level 1 or 2 or whatever it was going down to bot lane. Good times.
Sure.
I don't know why that's relevant to this game, but your fault. You brought it up.
No, it is. No, you're right. No, because, there's another pick we'd never see. As soon as Aurelion Soul gets remade, that'll be exciting. Feels like he desperately needs it. But Galio, not something we normally see here in the LPL either. But Lyric, we do have a lot of movement from both sides. Rise, Galio, both there as well. We didn't talk as much about LNG, outside of the fact that maybe they're not on the timer. But is Scout just on matching duty? Does he just have to match Tang Yuan this whole game or what?
I don't think necessarily has to match because Tang Yuan should be able to find more opportunities between having both Predator and then once his ultimate comes online, but definitely leaning in and trying to prevent the plays that are going to be coming out from RNG early on. I feel like if they can prevent RNG from being able to find these leads, then that's going to be a success for the side of LNG.
Okay, so mitigate the control here from RNG as Wei starts moving up to the top side. Dangerous trades here from both the top laners. Breed does have half a Fury bar, so worth noting here if Zika gets W'd, he's probably just dead. Going to be TPing back here at some point into the lane with a longsword and does have the biscuits too, so we'll see how we go as Breed just holds himself in the lane for the time being. And Lyric, just notice, RNG, speaking of teleports, they have 3 of them this game. So there is going to be a lot of movement from them too.
That's what I think is going to be really interesting in terms of what they're able to do, because as the game progresses, I think LNG would definitely like to lean more into playing with sides. Like both Jax and Rise will just be stronger than the opposition. It doesn't matter if you have things like the Galio ultimate doing the follow-up. When you have to worry about the Galio ultimate and TPs across the board, I think it can open up a lot of interesting flanks or 2v1s, 3v1 scenarios that LNG now have to be incredibly mindful of.
And again, this is going to be so fun to watch out. Massive wave here for Zika to deal with. All in down to the bottom lane. Hung with a good little engage, but onto Bunny. Will the Ignite tick over? Poke from LP helps out, but that's just going to force Bunny back with LNG pulling off the all-in after the engage.
And LNG so far doing a nice job of just their bot lane able to keep up the aggressive push so far. They haven't had to worry about really any interaction coming out with Wei playing up towards that top side. Looks like Wei will finally be making his way over now, but you'd assume LNG's bot lane probably want to get into a position where they can look for a reset soon. They did just get a ward down in Tribrush, so not even going to open up for Wei to be able to find anything.
Tang Yuan going to be spotted on a ward here for the time being. Just walking up towards the top side. My stream decided to be giga robotic there for a second, but no gank going to be had as even that ward was spotted out in the process. So LNG doing a good job of holding vision for the time being as both junglers down just towards the bottom side of the map. I mean, this is a much slower start than what we experienced with Gideon versus Jeje in the last series, but hell, at the very least, I mean, that level 6 mark is going to be a fun time for all of us once we get there momentarily.
I mean, that's something to note as well, right? I love the point at level 6 because not only because of the Galio, but for Gala as well. I mean, you could have, like, Hangyuan making his way towards the play either in jungle to enable way or up towards top side. You could have Gala start just hovering up with Bunny, and you support and enable the play with your Ziggs ultimate. Like, if a fight breaks out around Herald or something, you don't even need to completely commit with your AD carry. But Wei now finally going to start looking to get in Tarzan's face, but immediately gets right out of it.
Yeah, he's just like, nah, I'm not dealing with that.
Look where the wave is. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Zika would have been able to follow up so easily as Breathe here, kind of holding this one. Might even open up for the gank to finally come through. Breathe does have dominance now.
It's obvious jungle is top side, but Hung is moving up as well. I mean, this is a very early roam. There's no Herald up and available. But maybe just to force away that jungle from the top side.
And, right, you said like a slower pace than we had before. It's because LNG are kind of fine with this. We can see them just matching the potential pressure that can come out from RNG and leaning people like Hung over and just waiting it from happening. And it's really on RNG to find these plays. Might find it now.
Sapling helps out. Zika does have the ultimates of the Master at Arms ready to be used, but Wei was slowed down by the Sapling. Just a pain from Tarzan there as Wei walks away. Now, Lyric, there's something I was going to mention. I mean, Gus Walker's hatchling has been picked up here. Blue Smite for a Graves is pretty interesting considering that is movement speed through a brush. A lot of the time we've seen Moss Stomper instead, getting that shield that helps you through the jungle as well. That gets off a monster camp too. So it's interesting to see that Wei has decided to pull out a Blue Smite in this game, considering that, you know, it's not the normality. And I don't know, it just feels super different considering that we haven't really seen picked up on many junglers in fact. So
yeah, opting for the mobility. I mean, at least gonna give him a lot of potential to try to have more presence on the map. I mean, it's kind of weird to say considering that we haven't seen too much so far. We've seen him try, right? He's angled up towards the top side a few times and just, I mean, LNG have kept up the wards that even like Tangyuan, when he went for the scrying orb earlier, like having to clear that out. So the opportunities haven't really been given over. And even when you look at like the CS situations in the lane, not really anything to write home about on either side. But with Rift Herald coming up in 10 seconds, we might finally get like some sort of action. You can see where Hung is now coming out from base, making his way. Actually, Ping's coming out towards the bottom side jungle of RNG. Looks like LNG maybe will go for an invade or like a play on Dragon as compared to moving up towards Herald.
Those ultimates up available for the mid laners. Tarzan just clocked over to 6 as well. Wei without the collateral damage as Hung will not have the quickness. So just note that these ultimates that aren't available as Wei seems to be picking towards the top side. It seems like Herald's going to be started, but there's a ward there to spot them out. So Dragon trade.
This is great but weird because when you look at LNG, LNG just completely opts to not go top side. But you look at RNG's comp, right? I mean, you have Dominus, you have like collateral damage that'll be up soon. Gala's ult's up, like so many just great AOE tools, damage you see there for RNG. They would be heavily favored in like any sort of like 4v4, 5v5 to come out now. Usually in the LPL it doesn't matter, and a team would still fight that. But LNG being smarter here, move, look for the trade on the opposite side of the map. Now we're gonna see if RNG can find this kill on Zika.
But I mean, Scout is in range of Realm Warp, so as RNG look at this dive, Dominant's going to be used. There's Realm Warp, freezes in deep, has to get his way out of there. As straight away Tangyuan popping the Predator, but now has to back away too. So great from Scout, one ability, and the rest of RNG dissipates.
This now opens up a window though, because no Realm Warp for Scout, Tangyuan still has that ulti available. So if RNG can set up another potential play to look for that like dive on top side, then Scout won't be able to follow up. Doesn't have his TP available just yet either. So RNG, by threatening that play, have now opened up a window. And it's about seeing if they are able to capitalize on the window that you know, they now can use.
And so LNG continue to chill, you know. Actually, funnily enough, I think Asheen told me that their logo is a chillin, which is like a type of dragon or something.
Yep.
Spelled Qilin, if anyone's wondering. So, yeah, LNG chillin. Quite literally. 500 gold down, but still, as Lyric said, you know, stalling this game out. Nothing big's happened so far. Curious to see where this Herald goes, Lyric, because Way sitting with it right now. Top side has been constantly shoved out, so it does feel like a natural progression if we get there.
Yeah, I would say top or mid. Top's the place where they've at least broken down a plate, but if you can start rotating members over towards that mid lane, I mean, Herald, you know, like the Zig Satchel, and break this turret down and maybe give Tangyuan more freedom to roam and break him out of this 1v1 stalemate against Scout. Especially as more levels come online, you know Scout's going to feel incredibly comfortable just pulling him out and essentially just clearing waves off of cooldown. So, but opening up mid would take them being able to move their bot lane. So getting this wave pushed in, moving Leona and Gala over, and then that opportunity could potentially be there.
Gala clears waves like no one's business as well. So the strength of Ziggs through mid. As Breed continues to threaten up this top side. Good little jump in from Zika, but you can see he's 20 CS down. Breed is controlling this lane well. As for now, it just seems Way has backed away. He's picked up his first item, so we are going to be getting more ward clearing here with the Umbral Glaive. But I'm just looking towards objectives. Neutral's up in 2 minutes 30. LNG were able to pick up the first one. And it's just good vision clearing. I mean, again, this is not LPL gameplay. We don't come here for this. But it is still smart, as you said, from LNG.
Yeah, now I think a lot of it's up to RNG actually utilizing that Umbral Glaive, just denying vision from the side of LNG, and controlling these areas to where Tangyuan can keep just hovering in and out of Fog of War and making it hard and dangerous for Scout to be able to follow, or you know, just denying information from the side of Tarzan and really limiting his options on plays. Because RNG is going to utilize the Herald towards bot side, actually. Gala forced the flash.
Flash and gets this locked up. Wave there, collateral damage, flash from LP and Hung. Almost a death, folks, but not going to happen. Still the turret going down thanks to the satchel charge. And a lot used there for survivability from both AD carry and AP carry on the other side.
So instead of opting for any sort of play mid or even enabling the reduction top, they just go for break the Ziggs out of lane even faster, and I can just start moving the Ziggs around the map, getting more gold under his belt. I'm interested to see if they're just going to move him straight towards mid lane or maybe even try to opt towards some sort of set play in the top side. As of right now, is going to move over towards mid. But for LNG side, still just not really too much they're able to do in terms of counteracting these plays.
But it is slowly working into RNG's favor. I mean, even though we said RNG aren't doing much, like it's still 1,500 gold lead. That top side is obviously the big part of how that's happening, especially now with bot opening turret as well. Gala getting that gold. Leandri's picked up. So I'm kind of curious, Lyric. Second Dragon coming up in 45 seconds. Like, obviously, as RNG, you were talking about the 4v4, 5v5 before that you want to draw LNG in. This feels like a natural place to do so.
I'm curious if LNG will opt into it, though, especially as we start looking at items, right? Leandri's done. You have Gore Drinker finally finished up there for Breed, so RNG still at a stronger point of power than LNG, I feel like, in group fights so far. And that's why we can see LNG finally defaulting to this 1-3-1 setup now that first turret has been broken down, and seeing if they can start setting up picks on side lane. Feels like Zika's going to need a bit more time to play with, but if someone like Tangyuan overextends and you can set up a play for Scout, there are definitely avenues there.
They're not going to look at it at all, man. Where's my blanket? I better tuck in. This is nice. And you know, like, it seems like a bit of a meme, but honestly, I don't remember the last time we didn't have a kill at 14 minutes.
I know, this is weird.
It's so weird, dude. Yeah, people meme on LPL, but it's the truth.
I'll be honest. I don't know what do we do in situations like this, Eric?
True.
What do you do?
We don't have time to talk. I normally get inquisitive about comps. We've talked about composition. What do the LCK boys do? They chill out and probably talk about food. Honestly, there's great food in Korea. I wouldn't be surprised. Where's my blanket?
There is. There is.
Oh,
I'm probably
man.
butchering this pronunciation, but Jayuk Bokum, delicious.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best dishes in the world.
in Australia, I've asked for it at Korean restaurant. They had no clue. So I'm not sure if that's just like a thing to get around the area. Oh, that's a nice blanket. But yeah, I would say like Korean food in Australia, it's toasty, man. If anyone has experience, it's Zeka. He's going to break us out. Master at Arms. Hung, come on. There's a flash Dominus. Now we're talking. The quickness going to come through as well. Zeka's getting low, but breathing a 2v1. That's not fair. It's a 15-minute first blood, and it goes to LNG.
So LNG get a pick off of, playing to the opposite side of RNG. Feels like they're going to need to be able to try and break down this turret with the Jax as well. RNG will definitely be able to answer now that they have a Herald, though. So they need to be careful, especially while Hung's still trying to make his way over to the mid lane, because it means RNG has that numbers advantage on the top side. Let's see what happens here.
Nice.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was massive.
Tubular.
Massive gameplay. Yeah,
Rad.
dude. Radical. Hell yeah. I don't know. What other snowboard terminology do you know?
Wait, I thought that was surfing terminology.
Oh, was it? Oh,
yeah.
I feel like snowboarding and surfing, isn't it similar? Wouldn't you say tubular? Oh, sorry, tubular. Wouldn't you say that in snowboarding?
I like the accent. It had it. I don't know. I've actually never been surfing. Been snowboarding once, very painful, and I wouldn't say tubular.
Wait, why was it painful? Because you fall over.
Yeah, which was actually the funnest part, if I'm being honest, because when you're first starting to snowboard, you pretty much can't do anything unless you're an absolute G. I'm not, so.
Dude, I mean, the only thing I've done, I've skied once, right? And I'll be doing more this year. I'll be going snowboarding, going to Norway and all that stuff. It'll be fun. But I have been boogie boarding, and that's it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely it is. The Northern Lights, you get a big honey.
Wait.
Action.
Raptors.
Not tubular. Nah. Dude, I've been boogie boarding, and I was like, I don't know, I'm a bad swimmer, so I was like 14, and I'd wait, I don't know, like knee deep in the water, and get on the boogie board and let it push me to the shore. That was my idea of boogie boarding.
Why you said like push you? I just imagined push you into the sea. You just slowly drift
just
off
take
into
me
the
away.
distance. You come back in LPL caster.
Yeah, man. No, that's the rite of passage, apparently. All you have to do is get taken by the ocean. Dude, it's hot in Australia right now. It's definitely beach weather. It's Herald number 2. All right. Let's get something going. There's only one kill, but there is a solar flare, and there's a big bazooka bomb. Another one. Destruction everywhere, and RNG get another turret. Now, they're 2,000 gold ahead.
Yep. RNG so far have just been like utilizing their pressure and their tools to guarantee objectives, right? You can see that they're still throwing out their abilities. Like if the Leono can lock someone down there, Zeka now.
We might do it. Are we doing it? Nah.
Nope.
Okay. Zeka
But-
does get the scuttle.
Right, they're still using things like the solar flare. If someone oversteps on the side of LNG, they can also find a kill off of it. But it seems like they're more than happy to just convert it into the objective and gold lead on their side. But with LNG not being too far behind, still putting up pressure in side lanes. I mean, RNG only have one dragon. That's why they're fine with this pace of game. So they're going to get some vision down on bot side right now. They're still leaving Scout to try and pick off this first tier 1 turret on top. And, I mean, even if LNG have to back off and give over this next Drake, it's still completely fine for them. Because just look at the work that Scout's getting done up in this top side.
Yeah, it's going to go down. I mean, Scout already 223 CS. I'm not sure what that jump was on our screen. I think we'd definitely just fix the stream there at the very least. But 50 CS over his counterpart, 223 at 19 minutes into the game. And he just got solo turret gold. So that's a 2-item rise. And even though we don't have a Casterden, as he TP's in, I would be concerned, especially with this third dragon, that we might finally get the boys hitting on a 5v5.
And we need to remember that RNG's composition is kind of like a huge, like, one-punch KO sort of comp. It's about getting the wombo down, you know, throwing out the Graves and the Ziggs ulti and trying to burst people out. If LNG can survive, like, the initial onslaught, they definitely have way more DPS coming out.
As LNG try for the push towards mid anyway. The TP is going to come through from Tang Yuan, but that'll take him away. Means he has to ult back in as here comes the march of the end. Smite comes down. LNG are not going to get the Dragon, but they are going to get the engage. And Bunny's first to die. Now on 3-2 separated. Now RNG might be losing a lot more here as the Bramble Smash doesn't connect. It's only one kill, only the support, but it's the second Dragon for RNG.
So RNG at least pushing the game ahead a little bit, but I mean, they'll still need at least another 10 minutes before they're even able to have a soul and then find victory. So definitely still a window that they're able to play off of, but the gold gap, even only closing with LNG now only 500 gold behind, and we're gonna see now, right? Breathe already wasn't able to match Scout in the side lane. Neither player can match shouldn't be able to match the Jax yet either.
14.
Yeah. Actually, maybe Breathe can still do fine against Zika. Like, Zika should have some threat on it, but no one can match Scout in a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, he's just upgraded the Archangels, right? Got that 360 mana, 6 stacks in the Rod of Ages. This is so easy breezy cover girl for Scout. Honestly, gold dead even, and we just go back to chilling for 4 minutes. It's such a dichotomy when IG were just like blowing the heads off of EDG 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's weird. It feels like you just like slammed your morning coffee. You didn't slam one morning coffee. You slammed 2 morning coffees. Coffee in each fist. And then you come and you're having like a pretty solid afternoon tea time. Trumpet's ready. Table's set. In-laws are over. You have a little poodle.
But the problem is, it'd be nice if, you know, you had tea, but you've run out of tea. And so instead, you got to put on some of that. Hang on, Hunt, is he going to die? No. Oh, no, it's turning. Never mind. Hold on the tea and Scout comes on in.
We don't need to hold on the tea, brother. We don't need to hold.
Well, we do need the tea. It's like Earl Grey, and they put milk in it. And you're not meant to put milk in Earl Grey, but you're okay with that because, honestly, it's still free. Zeka going on a turret. Breathe is now stunned up. That Dominus helping out a bit, but Scout is still a machine gun. And as he repositions, he's going to open up Zeka for this, Zeka for this turret, while Scout is just a one-man army zoning them off.
Might actually open up a potential for a threat on 2 turrets. No, I forgot. There's actually a Ziggs on our screen, so Endless Wave Clear will be there. If it wasn't a Ziggs, could have opened up for the members of LNG on bot side to potentially just lean over towards mid and start breaking that one down as we see Tarzan has gotten pretty liberal with how he's been using his Mount LP.
LP caught out. He's one who goes in. Transcorruption doesn't hit at the right time. Oh. LP's just dead. Gala gets the kill too. RNG have channeled up mid as Goldman. The nick of time seems to be Tang Yuan. Scout is coming from behind. Back around, and this Jax get a multi-man stun. No, that means the game would be too fast. They re-engage onto Scout. That's the big man mission from LNG as Wave runs forward. Hung isn't able to get the knock up, and it's a simple singular kill, but it might open up the Baron. No.
When you look at RNG's composition, it doesn't really have a ton of DPS coming through. They're still going to end up looking for it. Breathe does have TP, and he's just going to TP right on it. So we're going to see what LNG are able to do here. They're still just so far away, though, but Zika's going to come in. Both TP's out.
As well. It's scary. 5K, you mentioned it. It's not the fastest here. It's down to 4, down to 3. Tarzan with the ulti. Not going over the wall for the steal. Instead has to go through the middle. It goes down, but that's a 3-man stun from Zika. Take your prayers, RNG. And you're going to have to put him somewhere else. LNG have already taken down 1. It's Baron for a singular. No, a double kill in the end. Zika simply needs to find a stun here. Tang Yuan is running for his life, but in the end, it won't matter. Tang Yuan should drop down, but Baron is still secure.
What a strange game so far. RNG managed to pick up the Baron. They even still have it on some pretty crucial members. You have it on your Ziggs, you have it on your Renekton, so you're going to be able to try and nullify some like pressure inside. So if you have Renekton there, answering some of the waves from Jax, and you're going to have like your main force with Gala able to try to push through in mid lane. The threat of a potential engage will still be there. We've seen from RNG, they have the tools to quickly burst out targets, and with this Baron buff, it's going to allow them to push waves in to keep vision up for this next dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
Yeah, so this dragon going to be a big one. Move the soul point, give the edge to RNG to force LNG in here, Lyric, but LNG still looking pretty confident to fight us. We now have a Gwynsu's Rage Blade picked up the Forest. 2 items there, 2 items towards Scout, remember, but he's got a stopwatch. But I see a Wit's End on Zika. I see that LNG are feeling pretty confident here to try and match RNG over this fourth track.
Tarzan's ultimate did just come back up as well, so has that one ready and available. Gonna see them go for it. Zika not gonna be playing from a flank this time around since RNG did make their way through bot.
Going in is Bunny though, but that engage. Look at this Galio knock-up. Only hits the edge, but at least steps it up with Taguan. That's a 3-man. Torn and LNG are scattered. A double kill picked up so rightly as Hung and Bunny are fighting it out while Zika tries to live on. Fancy feet. I cannot believe he survived. That's nuts, but LNG have now just been exposed with RNG getting the perfect fight.
Yeah, RNG, they find the CC coming up from Taguan to make sure that they're able to take that one. It looked like Zika at first was hoping to find a wraparound, but all the members of RNG just making their way down towards that bot site opens up for RNG to be able to take the stray. Going to put themselves on Soul Point, and for the majority of this game, they've been in a 2K gold lead. Finally, bringing that one up to about 4,000 gold. We're going to see here Tarzan throwing out his ult, but Bunny doing a great job of holding them down, and then Taguan able to follow them in. The members of LNG just not able to get onto that back line. Oh, wait, another fight.
Another one.
Nope.
Almost spoiled.
God.
That's okay. We'll have to refill it. In this 26-minute game, Soul Point now picked up for RNG. They're back in a massive gold swing. And simply put, we've been waiting a while for this one, but LNG slipped up once and RNG capitalized. So, Lyric, 4 minutes until the Soul. Baron's coming up again in 2:45. Now, I think people can match Scout again. Or can they?
He's still incredibly strong. I mean, right, you think about Taguan, he can't match either of them in terms of just pure 1v1 and looking for that push. That's why we see them leaning up towards this top side right now. So we're going to see if RNG can find a pick, or if they're just going to give this pressure to Scout on bot side uncontested. Doesn't look like anyone's going to go back, so they're going to need to find something off this play. Look at Tarzan on the minimap. He's still hanging around bot as well, so I think RNG just get this.
They are probably okay with it though, Lyric, because LNG have objective bounty. So maybe the trade's okay, but TP is going to come through. Scout trying his hardest to zap that turret down to death, but Breathe comes in. They get the objective bounty. Now for the 1v1. Observer, thank you so much. We need to see what happens here as Scout's going to be running away. He waited for the stun. He's out with the Realm Warp. And that is a trade.
Yeah, especially now that we have the Hex Trigger coming out for Breathe. I mean, 2.5 items strong. Merc Tread's there as well. We see that Scout doesn't want to opt into that one. Looks like he's making his way towards potentially the Zhonya's to come out next. Still just sitting on that stopwatch, so has it to be able to get out of harm's way in general. But LNG, we've seen some like decent reads of them of where they've known RNG is strong. But if RNG just able to find those huge like 4-man taunts and team fights, it just lines up for all the other damage to be able to come through.
Yeah.
The flanks need to be able to happen when they're forced in situations where they're going to have to fight, and they're going to be forced in 1 and 2.5 minutes. I mean, it's going to be the dragon that you can't give up anymore. You're not just going to be able to pull RNG across the map, and we're going to have to see the Shaxx able to get on someone like Gala and take him down.
I mean, Gala's got 3 items. That void stuff, that damage follow-up you're talking about, that's pretty big, considering that Way on top of that as well. Collector was just picked up too, so that all-in damage has just gotten better 2 minutes before that dragon comes up. 40 seconds before the Baron comes up as well. Gala perma-clearing the waves here towards mid. And I'm just looking on LNG side to see how they're matching. Right now, Scout with the Zhonyas. He's also picked up the Blighting Jewel too, so that 315 CS rise. You know, it's almost a Doomby rise hack. He's still faring quite well as LNG Lyric are trying to make a play towards the bottom side, trying to get a pick here to continue slowing that game down again.
I mean, right, they're trying to rely on their 2 soul laners and their prowess to play together, find these side lane picks, maybe use a Realm Warp in, but Breathe not giving over those opportunities. RNG, no, at this point, I mean, you kind of wait for the Drake to come up, look to group as a unit, and then it becomes incredibly hard for LNG to be able to do anything. We can even see Zika still just waiting around, Way just making sure there's no shenanigans going on around the Baron, and we're gonna have a fight come out.
Scout and Zika setting it up.
I need to
Free
stop
as
saying that.
Dominus. Yeah,
Clearly,
it's
if I
still.
say we have a fight, it is a lie.
In this game, for sure. Dude, I mean, I
Yeah.
could see a world in this game where we didn't have any kills. I think we're lucky to have the ones we have. Let's
You
get
say it,
more.
I'm not gonna say it.
And we have a fight here. Hang on, fight. Yeah, TP. Well, they have to be there for Dragon anyway. LNG are like, do we go to Baron from this? Yes, we do. There's a TP
They're
reverse.
looking for it. They're gonna look for the biggest hoodwink of the century. They actually might be able to get this. I mean, look where Breathe is. He's nowhere close. I guess Galio does have TP to come in. Gala's close by. They do have damage to take this, and it's gone.
Okay, sneaky from LNG, but Dragon's up in 25 seconds. Big resets coming through with enhanced Baron recall. Third item picked up there for the AD carry. Third for top lane as well, Lyric. So for LNG, they've got a bit more strength, and they will be in time here for Dragon as they have to run into Fog of War.
They have no vision. They're not going to be able to get the Jax to come off from the side. They're just going to look for the engage. But RNG, I still feel like, have a favorable position. But look how much pressure Scout's trying to put in this mid lane with the Baroned up minions.
Trying to get gold, but they don't want to lose a Hex Soul, so walking in is a must. The level 18 rise is what we look at as Hung is on a flank here. Mid turret goes down in the ambush. Our eyes are focused on this Dragon as LNG now move in. Damage from the mid lane. Scout is huge. Man, that rise can't be given time, but Dragon's reset. Hung has just bought the attention. Zika runs in with a counter strike, and even though he doesn't find the target, Tangyuan has to go golden without an ulti to get out, without anything to make his space out of there. And RNG, just like that, they're going to lose the Dragon. Gala not doing enough damage. LNG still healthy enough as they start this up again, trying to lure RNG in for round 2.
They need to be careful because Tarzan does have flash up, like a flash W to come in for an engage. Flanks coming out on both sides, though.
Ulti, though, they're looking for the jungle. Way's dead. No smite as Freed goes in for the flash, but look who's here to help them out. Taking on with the ult on the spot. LP going golden, but the smite is there. No steal as LP flashes back in the pit for safety, but Tangyuan will not find the spacing. Freed as well as stopped, and LNG bring this slow game up to speed.
LNG able to just completely hoodwink a Baron out from RNG. They now pick up a Dragon. They win a fight. Should be able to go for this push. I don't know if they'll be able to end with like a 20-second dead timers on people like Wayne Gala, but might be able to guarantee themselves an inhibitor.
Very least, right? Again, you mentioned 15 seconds here on key members. LNG are moving forward. That's not much of a
go
minion
for it.
wave. I'm going in. Solar Flare is there, but they just destroy Bunny. There's the ace, and now we're going to
have it.
Expose next. I mean, 10 seconds was what I was talking about for the Galio, but he's way too far off. Gala not there either. Hunt dismaying them now on a ban access. The game ends, and LNG just played the cool-looking turtle for that game one.
You know, I was waiting for a replay, but with the game ending, we didn't get it. How much like Hung just looking juicy in the backline did for that team fight, because he pulled both Gala and Breathe. Breathe pops Dominus, he's chasing the Rakan. Gala the whole time is just trying to throw Qs and hit that Rakan in the backline, which just sets up for the other members of LNG to win that fight. Like, we saw how RNG's composition wins fights. It's about, like, Leona jumping in, Galio follows through, all the members are right in front of you, so, like, Graves Q, collateral damage, the bombs are getting soaked up. Hung on the Rakan, like, not CCing anyone. He thinks, like, oh my god, I messed up. What am I doing back here? But with Renekton and Ziggs just chasing him, there's really no damage going off onto the other members of LNG, which just set them up to win that team fight.
And it's sad because, you know, we did see the big potential we saw. I guess the damage coming out of the other skirmish before. But look, honestly, Scout just playing side lanes, Lyric, it feels like he's an honest MVP vote. There is no one you can look at better when the game was just so slow. Like, I got my blanket here. It was like 30 degrees today, but it was cozy and it was a ride, but it was something where LNG were just chilling the whole time, and RNG, I mean, that shot calling, that direction that we talked about at the start of show, it definitely feels like in that game, it was scattered to say the least.
Let's be honest. A lot of us were chilling. You know, the game was chill. I mean, you were chilling. People watching were probably like, what are these guys talking about and what's going on? And then out of nowhere, I mean, I did just like what LNG drafted more. like it started to look a bit dire from the opportunities that RNG was able to find. Again, like nice engage from Bunny that was followed up greatly by Tango and Zgalia, which is kind of funny to say when like they're the two members that we were really questioning on this roster. But it just got to a point where the gold lead never accrued enough. And then the fact that those TPs all came out, RNG had 3 of them, but 2 of them coming out towards that bottom side, just opening up that free Baron for LNG really just felt like a godsend for them to really be able to just easily find a way back into the game.
And so for game 2, I want to be honest, like a new draft would be cool, something that doesn't have to be so slow, but more so for RNG, do you go back to meta? Because this was just left field, like, you know, 2-year-old draft that I don't think we'll probably ever see again this year.
You know, I don't know if I want to see it like anytime soon, but I still feel like this is something that RNG are not afraid and will pull out again. So
okay.
I wouldn't say like, I don't know if we won't see it anytime soon, but yeah, I mean, I just want to see different looks come out from RNG, but it's hard when we don't really know what with other teams that we've seen their rosters before, right? Like the OMGs of the world and whatever, we can like project like, hey, we know that these teams and these players are good on this. This RNG team is still kind of discovering what they want to do. I think the clear thing is that it's not about enabling mid lane just yet, and they still want to put their eggs in other baskets right now, which with Gala going on Ziggs, I mean, this was almost able to work as like a cool team strategy that didn't really rely on any one member like crazily popping off in team fights. But yeah, we're gonna have to see if there is more depth to them going into game 2.
Well, again, RNG, it's a fun flare nevertheless, but for game 1, slow and steady wins the race, and for LNG, it was definitely them. You know, Zika getting a high score in the end, but I think Scout was the one we looked at. Huge farm advantage over his counterpart, and Scout was just cruising the whole time. Like, does he have the most items in the game? Definitely does, or at least close to. I think Gala was close to that as well, but Scout had, I mean, everything going for him, and that's what we know him for. Like, Scout is as cool as a cucumber. I think on EDG, we said the same thing. Like, he's a great team fighter. Scout's not someone who's like, oh my god, he's the insane, like, super flare rookie in lane or knight at the peak of times, but he is someone you can rely on.
If you know like those like stats like hexagon or octagons of like different things, Scout is like one of those people who is just like very well balanced across like all categories. It's not like heavily skewed towards like laning or like melee assassins or team, you know, it's just Scout I think is just pretty good across the board, and it's why he was always so reliable on EDG. And he's the type of player that's very easy to build around.
And again, it was built around well in game number 1. LNG with a game 1 win. Game 2, we'll have a break and find out if things get a little bit more hot-headed right after this.
Top side as well. Breed trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All 3 procs.
Oh, the flash!
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not quite able to get it.
Oh!
Kim! You should know me. 4 Sivir and 4 Jace, so you're going to see a little bit of movement there. Actually, as well as that, Ruler has his. Yagao taking a first chunk there. They're going to look to try and go for it. Oh, the bait and switch. Elf does get out of it, though, in time. They're going to try and take down Kanavi as he's taking a fair chunk. Good kiting so far. They need to kill minion waves, though. 10 seconds left, and they have to try and make sure this turret does not fall. Here we go, Bin. Oh! He gets scattered, and he's weak at the knees because he just can't kill him. He still got missing. He still got missing as a trade of 1-for-1. This is desperation, but Yagao is dead. Ruler with the triple. Ruler looking for the quadra, and Ruler is looking to stamp his authority on this league.
Give him the penta.
Kill for Ruler, and On says welcome as the pentakill goes to Ruler. And now they're moving forward. Those saplings are doing so much. Bin goes in. He's feeling a little bit impatient. They're going to try and get the needlework, but Ruler gets untouched out top of it. There they go. JDG back at the top of it. Ruler gets caught out. Ruler is dead. The president is down. And now the rest of the fight can really ensue. Knight does get a kill on the backside of this one here. It's all on Zeri. It's all on Elk. These health bars are so low, but this cat is doing everything to keep them alive. One more dead. It's all on Elk. Elk is popping off, and Elk is keeping BLG alive.
Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Breathe gets TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He does a lot of damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that car's going to stay there.
TP is wasted. Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And that's just game 2. That's the series. RNG. This is King Tian. Get a nice little engagement on the Shy and going for the all-in here. He's gone all out. A lot of damage on the Shy. It's a 1v1. The execution. Is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear. And the Shy. Is he going to go to the solo bolo? He's got to get out of there. Get the execution. And the Shy is Giga Shy unlocked.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the wind? No, why, oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, you know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that skating. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no.
Well, it was a slow one, but for LNG in game number 1, it was a solid one. Scout, you know, he played a good Rise game as we welcome you back here to Suzhou. My name is Derek, joined by Lyric, hoping for something better in game 2. And Lyric, let's be real, we don't even see draft to know that game 2 is going to be a little bit better because RNG have a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, RNG going to change it up, but we still have to look back at that first game because surprisingly, Zika picking up the MVP. I mean, was putting up huge numbers on the Jacks. Wasn't able to find, I think, as many flanks as could have been successful, but they were able to set up picks on sides around him. Solid scoreline all around. That last team fight was able to do so much with that Counter-Strike. And yeah, I mean, you hit on it, right? That he was like one of the most coveted pickups in the offseason among teams that teams were looking to get. And so far, with LNG picking up like at least another game win, setting them ahead in this series, looking like the right choice.
Again, you know, Zika on the Jax, which tonight has been pretty big. Some great counter-strikes, some great setups as we're talking about. It's been pretty huge just to, I don't know, I guess witness this guy in his element when this is one of the champions that on IG, last split, made him influential as well.
Yeah, just the carry role. So, some of these like strong side lane champions are something that we know him for. But Hysterics, now we get to actually look at this game because you know what?
We do.
I'll let you reveal the surprise. I don't know. I'm not gonna take that from you.
Well, I mean, I was excited before, got ahead of myself, but now RNG, they're bringing in Angel. Game number 2, we got Angel coming in, so Tang Yuan is actually out despite, I think, probably performing one of the best in RNG. They're going to try Angel, who's making his debut. He has not played on RNG as of yet until this split. Sorry, until this moment in the split, rather. So we're going to finally find out because, I mean, this guy came over from Weibo. Xiaohu kind of took his place, and it's funny, like, we have Angel on the other side, I just realized, who's literally just swapped with Xiaohu.
It's really, like, crazy, too, for the fact that, like, Angel, I think, is another person who has had like a few good splits, has some like champions that he's just stand out on, and then like the other side of the coin isn't really like running it down or losing games. It's just quiet. It's just he would disappear. I think on Weibo he had quite a hard role. Like SOFM was a very unique jungler to like play around and work with. So I'm very interested to see how now he comes in working with Wei, someone who was just so good at working with his laners as compared to like SOFM, who was really about finding those leads and advantages for himself. So maybe we'll be able to see a bit more out from Angel than his time on Weibo or like going back before that Suning, because his champion pool I think is much more diverse, at least from what we've seen from Tang Yuan so far. I guess we don't know how much of that is like RNG as a team putting him on those champions, since they are very reminiscent to the comps he'd run with like Xiaohu and Ming, or, you know, those were just his champions. But Angel was always like, he will bring out weird things, right? Like we'd see him play things like the Malzahar. I remember one split he brought out like a Vel'Koz. He is very comfortable playing a meta, playing things like the Rise or the Sigil or anything else we're seeing in mid lane, but he'll also bring out some unique counter picks that fit draft and shut down the enemy.
And I mean, there's things like Twisted Fate that tickles my fancy in that regard, right? Because he's been someone who has often opted into, like, you know, playing these semi-global competitions. It's funny, like, seeing things like the Galio, right? The Rise you already mentioned, Twisted Fate, that's why I brought it up. There's a lot of things that, you know, Angel could bring to the table over Tang Yuan.
Even Akali. I think Akali's one that, you know, people think back to 2020 Worlds. But I mean, even thinking to like when you came in the LPL in 2019, when I think of Angel's Akali, I think of that 2019 split on Suning when him and Maple were like swapping between mid and top. And it was like one of his go-to champions. So this will definitely help change up the dynamic for RNG. And it's one you would assume should help for the better, just considering like his tenure, his experience, the level that he's shown before in the LPL in the past.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who, look, again, gives a lot more experience to RNG, and it feels like when we talked about RNG coming into this split, experience was a word we used over and over and over again. Game number 1, things weren't as clean as they should have been, and for RNG, one simple play was great, but the rest, not much to talk about. It was a slow one, but we're hoping for a different vibe coming into Game 2 as we get closer and closer towards pick ban, and it was very different. If you missed out on game number 1, Game 1, we saw, like, I think, like a blast from the past composition. Ziggs in the bottom lane, Renekton, Galio, Graves. Like, as you were saying, Lyric, it was a lot about the all-in. It was a very unique draft that I think only maybe RNG could concoct.
Look, TLDR for Game 1 would be RNGS draft, surfing lingo talk, tea and coffee time.
True.
And LNG being happy to chill because they went with something very standard. So, yeah, I hope we don't get dragged down those trenches again. And I do believe, if I recall correctly, that RNG will still be on blue. So
yeah, they picked blue, yeah.
You know, yeah, they'll be on blue. They'll be able to change up their first pick. Game 1, they went for the Renekton, which was a little bit weird. We were speculating that, like, okay, maybe it is also a bit of a takeaway coming out from the opposite side, especially considering LNG's first series where they went for that both games in a row. Gave them a very straightforward game plan in this game, too. So maybe something like the Maokai is what you can go for. Rise, obviously, was left open and wasn't contested for that first pick spot.
Sure.
Yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of different ways that RNG can pivot their draft because they didn't go for any of the strong meta picks, and now it's just going to be about which one they're most comfortable going for. I feel like Ryze would typically be the expected one if it's left through draft, but there are definitely some different options there.
I mean, I'm excited about top lane because I think top lane was something that had a lot of potential, like we saw early trading through from Zika versus Breathe. But when we do look at the caliber of these top laners and what they're willing to play, you know, things like the Fiora, the Jax, Camille even, right? Like, a lot of that is still on the table if something like that Renekton gets banned away instead of first pick.
Yeah, it'll definitely at least bring out, I'd say, a more vibrant top lane matchup than what we got this time around. And that's what you're hoping to see come out from Breathe and him really be able to show his stuff. Especially when you think that Angel on Suning and Weibo was never really a player that was heavily played around. You kind of hit on it with globals, but even when he wasn't on things with globals, it was a lot more about him. Like, he would play to his lane and look for his own advantages, but it was still about, like, him enabling the other sides of his map later on. Usually, like, iterations of Weibo are very top side-centric teams, so that could also set up well for if we get, I'd say, a more volatile top lane matchup to be able to see a bit more coming out from the RNG top side than we got in Game 1.
True, he's just walked into another team that is just housing some great top lane talent. So I like the comparison when, you know, he's next to the man on our screen as well. You know, option towards bot. We've seen Gala pretty much play out a stable role so far, but I wonder if there's anything else in the pool that changes. So Angel, we mentioned, is coming in over Tang Yuan. We'll be jumping into pick and ban shortly. And everyone in chat, everyone at home, everyone sitting, you know, having a bourbon, whatever you're doing, you need to hope for more action in game number 2. Game 1 wasn't like our league. Hell, I don't care what league it is, Lyric. It needs to be a little bit more action-based, as I've been told ban pick is actually ready. Let's go into it, and let's hope for some drafts that are changing things up a little bit. I like not seeing Yuumi in the game. That's great. That's essentially like rehab for any League of Legends player, so that's a good start.
I think just the meta is so much more interesting when she's taken away. I really liked the first series where IG was just banning so many of, like, the priority bot laners, and, you know, then we get to see some different things coming out, because I think not only Yuumi, people just don't want to see the Zarya versus Sivir matchup over and over again. And for the side of RNG, they're also slightly changing up their bans this time around. We talked about how if you aren't going to go for the set strat that it seemed like they wanted to pull through in Game 1, that Ryze priority just skyrockets so much and that they could look to first pick that, but instead still wanting to take, actually this time around, wanting to take that one off the table, not going to give that over to Scout. So, you know, that same amount of, like, side lane pressure and pick potential won't be there for LNG to rely on.
So, as LNG ban Renekton here to stop that first pick, or was it not really a problem?
I don't think so. You know, like, I think when you look at what RNG picked up in Game 1, you're totally fine, like, with going against that one. Even though they had the early gold lead in Game 1, like, they weren't able to convert it. So now, with Ryze taken away, RNG are going to default to something more standard, with the Maokai first pick being just the go-to in the LPL so far. Again, if Ryze ain't available, it really looks like Maokai being the pick you go to, and Yuumi as well. Yuumi's open, right? It sets up for that Yuumi first pick. So I like RNG going for this. Now to see where LNG answers. Varus has been something that has been heavily prioritized. In Game 1, I was surprised to see it go all the way down to 4-5, but this time around, I think smart pickup by LNG to get their hands on it early.
And as we saw earlier in the IG series, even though it's not Wink, do you start calling it a flex? Probably not, but it's just something you keep in the back of your mind that it has been played support today, and we never know. But on the other side, look for LNG getting Zika onto that comfort once again. The Jax returns to the top lane here, without a care that Breathe could just pick up the Renekton again.
Also could, you know, opt into the matchup we saw earlier in the day of Breathe going towards Fiora was something that you were hitting on earlier, of just such an exciting pick for him to play throughout his career. 80 carries left open. Sivir would typically be the one that you would expect to come through. That will be locked in. So now tons of engage opportunities to come out. They're going to really be opting into these 5v5s, which could set up for, I'd say, an assortment of different top laners if they don't want to go for, you know, a Fiora or a Jace-esque top and go for a 1-4. But no, Breathe is going to go for it. And I mean, gonna have some pressure early on, but gonna have to watch out for those all-ins coming out from Zika. Looks like Tarzan's gonna want to enable that with the Sejuani as well.
Okay, so at least we have some variation of a difference in draft, because Sejuani, we all knew was coming. I mean, this is Tarzan's bread and butter. He's the kind of jungler who, again, we talk about versatility, but when things like the Skarner, the Sedge, the Zaka meta, Tarzan's going to pull it out. So we return to some familiarity, but Lyric, I'm curious about what accompanies that bottom lane for LNG, and more so, what goes into the mid lane for Angel's debut. We already talked about it before. Things that can, play semi-global as presence, and pretty much all of them are up, apart from that Rise.
Yeah, that is definitely what I'm wondering too, because even things like the Azir, right? Angels have like some phenomenal splits on Azir. It looks like it would slot into their comp quite well when they have that Jace in the top side to set up for some like long range, like siege and poke potential to come through. So I'm wondering if LNG are either going to look to ban that out themselves or even just pick that one up on 4 to be able to go with, because, I mean, they're set up with quite strong team fighting as well. And there it is, the respect to the Twisted Faith that you brought up earlier. It's not something, it hasn't even picked once so far in the LPL this split, but the man has just made such a name for it that LNG don't want to deal with it.
No, that makes sense, right? I love it. Again, talked about it at the start as well, but as we come around mid lane bans, it's going to be another one. The Akali too, just against Scout. God, tiltingly enough, was it game 5 where Scout just on that Akali? Am I thinking of the right one against DRX where he just got bodied by Zeka? Yeah. I'm glad. I don't want to see Scout on Akali again, because at playing as the Silas, it's just going to give me deja vu. At the very least, so we do get the Heimerdinger for LNG. On the other side, RNG. Thinking of something a little bit more solid for Angel, but I don't think of Angel as an Azir player. I feel like he's the person who, least in the mid lane, I think of it as an Azir player.
He's had some good moments on Azir in the past, and I hit on this, like, this is something that fits their comp quite well. I mean, they have the Jace, like, they have a front line. It looks like they're going to end up just playing out, I mean, with poke, with siege, with a bit of artillery, get the setup down and not let the enemy in. LNG were prioritizing bot lane over that with the Heimerdinger pick. So with, I'd say, how expected the Azir was to come out, you would think LNG have an answer. I'm curious to see what it is with so many of like our go-to mid laners already taken out of the pool.
Oh
right
my
now,
God.
hovering, there it is. The Yone gotta come out, so Yone Sejuani pairing coming through. Gonna be pretty AD heavy, but still you have that Heimerdinger that's gonna be able to put up some numbers himself. And I mean, if they can get onto Angel or Gala, I mean, they're just gonna be gone. Be instantly deleted.
Not a boring mid laner. Hell yeah, dude. I'm excited for this. The fact that we get Scout repping the Yone, I mean, on the opposite end, I was saying, oh, I'm not always seeing Angel on the Azir. Scout pulling out something flashy like this, I'd say is not always in Scout's wheelhouse, right? So there's also a nice little tempo change, considering that LNG, as you already just mentioned, we're going to be looking towards that mid jungle. Lyric, run me through, because I think there's a lot of scaling on this LNG team now as well.
The one thing LNG you have to worry about is, like we said, like the lack of mixed damage coming out later on. Also, just being able to make your way onto the back line of RNG when they do have a lot of disengage tools. Things like the Emperor's Divide coming out. They have multiple movement speed buffs to be able to try to kite this out. When for LNG, right, a lot of your like lockdown, once again, kind of looking at, you don't have something like the Maokai ult that's just going to instantly lock down like a whole enemy team. So it's going to be a little bit harder. But they will, once again, have a lot of threat on side lanes, which is one of the things that they were doing pretty well once we got past that early game in game 1.
Well, let's see if we can do it again. Look, at the very least, LNG started off, it was slow, but this one shouldn't be the same vein. You see different picks like Breathe running back onto this Jace, as he's done in previous years. Scout onto the Yone. A good way to enter in as RNG with the bot side invade straight off the bat here as a 5-man to enter game 2.
Not going to be able to find anything. Timer turret going to spot this one out, but speaking of the Yone pick, Scout has only ever played Yone once in his professional career. It was 2021 Summer Playoffs, and I believe this was the series they lost. to WE. If you remember that, like, that crazy run WE went on, and WE ended up beating EDG in that first series before EDG were able to make the run back through the lower bracket. JJ getting subbed out for Junja in that series as well. But yeah, it was a loss. Only played once. 0-4-1. So we'll at least have the chance to, you know, show better footing here. Move himself up to a 50% win rate. We want to see it.
Hell yeah, we do. Absolutely. And again, kind of exciting. I want to point out, just starting this game though, Comet double here for the bottom lane. Last game we saw LP was on hit Varus, but I guess this time around you're talking about AP heavy. AD heavy, excuse me. At the very least, even though it's AD, it's going to be a bit more lethality here from LP, as bottom lane seems very deadly from LNG, Lyric.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this plays out in the long run when, I mean, if they go for that, like, lethality Varus build, it seems like it's going to be him playing from the back line, like, accepting, hey, RNG have a lot of range, I don't want to get close, chuck out arrows. But the rest of your composition, like, your whole top side is going to end up going in. So it could set up for a little bit of a disconnect there, but we'll at least give them more presence in the spot lane matchup and in this early game.
Angel's already dominating the mid lane, though. Yone is going to be exciting in zone vein to watch, but I think we also know that Azir having the range advantage has been shown many times tonight, but also many times in League. Pretty easy stuff, as Wei and Tarzan might meet up here. This will be interesting. Red buff and a spot out with a sapling as well. Maybe Tarzan just wants to give Scout a bit of love so he can farm up this way.
Yeah, it looks like he was hoping to be able to go for a gank. I'm surprised Tarzan not spotting up the sapling getting thrown at all. Just gonna have to end up running away.
Okay.
Oh.
He flies.
Scary.
Yeah, and I guess no one dies. And Scout just runs back. And Wei is going to go towards his top side. So for now, we just continue farming out. And again, Lyric, as long as they have action, that's okay.
Yeah, but that's like a small win for RNG in my book. Like, you leave the Azir isolated in the early 1v1 up against the Yone. He's going to keep pushing in and winning out on CS. So not like a huge win or anything, but RNG will definitely take Tarzan not being able to find that opening and just allowing the isolated lanes to do what they do best.
Okay, so I'll be looking towards that setup once again. Again, I feel like from game one, you know, I'm a little bit pessimistic here. I've got to get out of this zone, Lyric. You know, it's not even cast. It's like watching slow League of Legends. You chill,
you
just
used to
vibe.
thrive in this zone. This is where things like the Aphelios offshore facility were created.
True.
This is where the fridge came from, you know. There were a lot of great moments.
The problem is, you know, I never did a video on it, but Aphelios' offshore facility is a tax write-off. If anyone doesn't understand, where does he get his weapons from? It's his sister or something just handing them through a portal. Being like, here you go, big bro or little bro, I don't know how they're related. But that offshore facility is a tax write-off, man. Riot won't put it in because, unfortunately, it's an illegal act. However, Lyric, I'll take you back to the game for one simple second before I lose my mind. This is going to be an invade turned into potential topside. What do you think the chances are of a topside dive onto Zika?
I mean, Wave is built up, so if we can get a little bit more damage coming out here, I think it looks very likely. Angel even already starting to move up. Scout does see him lean towards top, so they know it's coming, and it gives Zeke a bit of a window to try and get away. But with Counter-Strike being down now, Zika might go down.
And here comes Angel. You know what? Going to the top side never changes, does it? On the way, the dive. Oh, it's a bit messy. But first blood does go to Angel. Welcome back to the league as Zika does trade with TP up and available.
Now, they bait out the Leaf Strike to come through. Still not enough. At least able to guarantee that one. Wave is crashing into turret, but Zika has TP to get there. And this opens up for Straight to go over to the side of LNG. So
it's being done by the Heimerdinger. Nice.
Hey, we're going to see here, Zika starts to back off. Oh, I guess this is after his Leaf Strike was already blown. Q comes in, Wei, the one to pull aggro, and then goes back in with that twisted advance. Sadly, Angel not really there early enough to be able to contribute like any amount of damage other than finishing that one off.
Dragon just goes down in the meanwhile. I just saw an ignite from Bunny. I guess he thought that Hung would be maybe close to dying, but just pressed ignite, and that was that. So that someone is now down. And that first Dragon with the trade kill, LNG behind in gold, but again, we're talking a little bit about that top side. Things are even too, so maybe slight advantage to Zika here is... I want to talk about those lanes quickly, Lyric. CS is even, but I mean, from what we saw as Scout in the early game, now that he's 6, it feels like he's been able to even it out, and mid actually going pretty well here for the Yone.
I mean, now he does have that, you know, potential like kill pressure there. This is where you want to see Tarzan, especially looking for these opportunities around top and mid. Jace not having flash is a lot more meaningful in my eyes than the Jax on the opposing side. He ever walks forward up against his Jax, leap strike, the stun comes out, and then Breathe will not be having a good time, especially now with Tarzan's topside camps coming up and naturally going to be on this side of the map. It's going to be time to start looking for that vision. I mean, Hung and LP are going to be completely fine just playing the spot lane on their lonesome, and Hung getting some great damage down.
Okay, well, that ignite, more understandable. Bunny now has to back away. And with this wave getting pushed as well, Gala going to be in his lonesome, has teleport available, but Bunny still hasn't made the return back. Hung has just walked up to turret, put one down of his own. Teleport going to be forced out here, and LP just hovering around thinking about whether he wants to play it or not.
Gala, no, he doesn't really have any real threat of Sejuani being on this side of the map, just with how the wave is top. Like, naturally, both jugglers should be pulled here, and looks like we might get a bit of a 2v2 coming out. I think a lot's going to be on if they could just burst out Breathe.
But you have a Sejuani, that 4-hit pass is going to be big, but never mind, Zika is just dead from the start of the play. So that is the end of that one.
Not able to just get right on to Breathe and take him down. It actually goes the opposite way, going in first to take out Zika. The resistance is not able to come out. Of course, Jax was changed a little bit about, you know, have to be constantly in battle. Scout now isn't going to go down, but is pressured away.
Well, with Bunny moving up towards Herald as well, that's a free one for RNG. Early game going pretty well, and, you know, that kill as well. It did go to way, but still the top side is opened up quite nicely. Bunny's rotating down. Good sidestep. Hail of arrows comes through. LP still has a lot of damage, but misses. That arrow that flying through the sky, Bunny with some fancy feet work twice over keeps him alive.
On Scout, still going to look for this. You know, I realized a lot of times I'm taking your job, and I'm sorry. I'm talking over these. I know how much you want to talk over these fights.
That's
really
okay,
fun.
dude. That's all right. I'm just here vibing, you know. I'm waiting for some of those big plays, you know. I cannot believe that Bunny's about to die. Never mind, it's LP who flashes away. Trying to predict the play is not my job. As Bunny just sidesteps, and dude, LP now down a flash. I mean, Bunny
I actually like this. We have jugglers, top laners, mid laners, like all playing together and looking for like ganks on top side. And this bot lane is just a complete brawl. Support's doing so much to pull the weight of like finding these opportunities and cause like 2v2 kills, but nothing able to come from it so far away. Finally gonna make his way down here. We do have Herald up, but nothing gonna come from it. I wonder if they are gonna actually look for Herald play coming here, or if maybe you'd want to look towards something like mid where you have like a melee champion like Yone that if you can get pushed in and like his turret broken down, is gonna have a very hard time like making his way onto the map.
Yeah, because it is a lot about Scout coming together, isn't it? Because I think so far what we've seen is a lot of LNG just pacing themselves out, not really coming together, but more so how RNG are moving around the map. Top side was the play that we saw, and look, 10 minutes into the game, we have a couple more kills this time around, but 30 seconds till Dragon. That takes my interest, as Hung is just putting down vision. Not going to be caught out for this time around, but I'm a little concerned considering that RNG do have all 5 ultimates up and available, but for LNG, ultimate now going to be picked up by Hung. Okay, he hit 6. Lyric, my biggest concern is that LP just doesn't have summoners.
No.
He's dead, isn't he?
Oh, yep.
Oh, Maokai things. Yes, it is. Oh, those trees were my friends. Gull is now getting a kill as well, and Dragon's up, so LNG have to fight with the numbers disadvantage.
Still, though, you now don't have Maokai ultimate. You don't have Sivir ultimate.
In they go, Tarzan. The flash ulti hits Wave.
Ooh!
Was that intentional or not? Because now the Fate Sealed picks up a double kill. I don't know if Tarzan threw the fridge and it just hit the person behind, but it worked.
And, like, even LNG covering the whole map, because you look at Zika, he walked down from top towards mid. He's covering that lane. Like, Breed looks like he's holding Wave up in top side. And it just sets up to where no threat coming out from top turret. Actually, looks like Zika did walk down from mid. But here, Tarzan going for the engage. Flashes. Gala sidesteps. And it gets on the way, setting up for the two-man play coming out from Scout, just like you said.
That was intentional. If anyone asked, he did it on purpose because that was beautiful. Tarzan picking up a double off of that as well. So, unfortunately, it doesn't go to Scout, but the Fate Sealed was beautiful. It's a setup we're kind of talking about. I think moments ago, Lyric, you're talking about how Scout gets integrated into the team. And because of that, second Dragon actually ends up going to LNG. So we do have a team who's Dragon stacking. And now, a bit of a threat considering what we talked about in draft, where there are some good scaling elements here. And the all-in is starting to kick off.
LNG will be able to cover this play on mid. But look at the mini-map of where Zika is. He's like stealing away blue, it looks like. Or, yep, stealing away blue. Now he's going to get collapsed on. Does he survive?
Zika.
No
Good
shot.
question. He's going to...
Oh!
Yes, it is. Flash gets you out of there. Shock Blast, though. Breathe has his own flash. We once again roll with the vines. Ulti out from Tarzan. What a bro. Zika does survive in the end, Lyric. You be careful next time. Yeah.
Yeah. But a
Gala
lot of ults. A lot of ults committed. Scout going to be able to at least get a bit of plate gold here.
He's waiting for the spell shield. He does have the Fate Shield coming up in about 5 seconds. But Karma is there. Bunny's just chilling, watching, waiting, commiserating. And look, I think in this game, RNG haven't said it so. They will not go. Or turn the lights off. Carry me. I don't know how I integrated that one. I'm losing my mind here, man. Remote casting's hard after one series. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm getting too old for this. Yeah, you know that old. I'm getting too old for this.
Hey, you are the oldest old man. Is Scout?
Not that yet.
I don't think he finds anything.
Literally nothing landed. I don't even think Angel took damage.
Hey, we saw earlier in the day from YSKM that you can have nothing land and still win the 1v1.
True. That's right. That was Aurelia things, though. That was sick.
Aurelia things.
If you missed that earlier, IG20 at EDG. Those are not the 2021 World Champions of EDG, but there are 2 members, question mark? Yeah, 2 members of that World Champion lineup with Arla now in the top lane. That was a sick series, and look, game 1 a little bit slow here. LNG obviously have been playing out comps that paced it a little bit better. This time around, RNG joining in the fun as well. And that's why these games have been slower than the other one as well. But Tarzan wants to speed it up. Lyric, I'm kind of questioning whether he can get it in the top lane. The wave is slowly pushing, but Breathe is just out of there.
He's paying a lot of respect. Tarzan, though, has engaged from like a long ways away, right? Can throw out that ultimate follow-up. But Breathe so far just paying such an incredible amount of respect. I wonder if he gets caught out after clearing this ward, but Wei is starting to make his way over here since Rift Herald is up.
3 members now spotted out. Hung and Tarzan are going to walk on down. And look at what's happening mid in the bot lane. Priority seems to be towards the turret here. But Herald's going to go down. Again, RNG finding themselves on this neutral objective. While LNG just continue farming side lanes. This whole series has been just farming side lanes here. Especially for Scout.
LNG were hoping to find a pick top, which they could then convert into like walking into Herald and picking that one up because they aren't able to do it through mid with the amount of pressure and push that Gala has. But without Breathe, you know, walking forward, or them even taking the chance, right? They could have like queued in with Sejuani and like hope the lockdown's there and be able to burst him out quick enough before he gets away, but not wanting to waste those critical cooldowns. But hey, it seems like LNG understand like the defining law of League of Legends of we just have to win one big team fight late enough and we win.
True. I mean, you have a Yone, you have a Jax, and you have a Dragon in 45 seconds. I'm ready for this fight because I sure as hell am not sitting here and just waiting for teams to death stare each other for any longer. So let's get to it and let's decide this game as well. TP is going to come through 30 seconds till the Ocean Dragon comes up. This will be the third one for LNG. And as Scout teleports in, he was just able to go back and get a pickaxe on top of that Immortal Shield blow. Jack Show, we've also got a Divine Sunderer there if you're wondering about items for the top side of the map. Bottom lane, we got a Youmuu's for LP alongside the tier. So he's pretty big as onto Bunny, waiting for the ulti to be used, but it doesn't come through. Holds on to the Chain of Corruption for the time being as LNG get River. But now mid lane is set up here with the Herald put down with 5 members from RNG.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure with this Herald. I also want to highlight all summoners, like all flashes are up if a fight does break up, except Zika's flash. LP though, facing so much pressure in mid. RNG fine to give this dragon up. They get a ton of gold off the map, but it will put LNG on soul point. But I don't know how much RNG cares.
Oh! A big charge. Inhibitor turret possibly could have been looked at, but LP does clear the rest of the wave. So all for that third dragon. RNG just open up the mid lane nice and wide. And top lane, Lyric, you look at it as well. That top lane turret should go down. So if we're just looking at the gold trade, RNG, massive net benefit.
Yeah, it seems like RNG are banking on, right, breaking down those turrets mid. They're going to get this one top and trying to get, like, hit their crucial item breakpoints faster than LNG. You win a fight, you take Baron, and you look at the pushing power from their side. Jay, Sivir, Karma, Azir. They're going to be able to break open that base easily. You have the Maokai ult to even, like, try and zone them away, take that one, potentially get an inhibitor off of it. I think that's what they're thinking in their mind going forward. We're still, you know, far away off from the inhibitor taking part, but turret's now broken down, gold picked up. We're still about 2 minutes away from the Baron. So I feel like this is still kind of the time where you're looking at LNG to set up some of these picks on side lanes, because RNG's comp definitely a lot more about setting up and playing around these neutral objectives, or even just playing in front of things like turrets. With the map broken so wide open, there isn't really too many opportunities for them to set up unless they're punishing plays that LNG are looking for themselves.
I mean, it's what we hyped up talking about Hung coming into this team, because him and Tarzan linking up. If anyone remembers, it was with Clit, it was with... who else was with old mate Clit? Beichuan, I think, at some point for FPX, where Hung was really good at linking up with his jungler and playing around some of the early mobility in the map. This time around here on the Heimerdinger, it's been linking up with Tarzan, trying to add some of the utility as well. So nice to see that he's been integrating into LNG so well. And it's for Angel, trying to look towards mid. Can he find LP? This 80 carry will be going on a ward if he steps the littlest bit forward. Angel now stepping on up himself, but I think timing just unfortunately a bit out of whack. Nope, timing actually definitely in whack. Angel has to run away. Tarzan was ready to flash ulti, you name it, to find that pick here before Baron spawns in about 50 seconds.
And I'm just surprised how slow the pace LNG are fine with playing this game out through. Sure. I mean, we're kind of been at a turn off of the last push coming out from RNG, where it's really hard for you as LNG to like lean for one side and look for that pick when you don't have much like aggressive vision placed down. We can even see now, like, look at RNG's control over topside river, which is theoretically where you would have wanted to look for your last pick with Scout up on that side of the map. They're going to have to find an avenue to try and clear this out. Maybe try and go for what you did earlier, which is kind of leaning with your Sejuani. Again, you have like a lot of range on the engage potential there, and then set up for Scout to find something, break your way through. But if not, like, RNG are kind of fine with how things are going.
True. Enchanter with
Again,
Sivir. And
they do have to worry about Soul on the opposite side, but yeah, I mean, you make a great point. I mean, even against Soul, you're just going to have so much damage on the side of RNG that you're going to feel... I think you're still going to feel fine in most of these team fights. It's still going to come down to how the fight is taken and if Scout can find access to that backline, in my mind, rather than, you know, what's coming out from Dragon.
Scout, we've seen his ulti twice now. Once with great success, once with a bit of a miss. So nothing much more to say than, well, Scout, I guess, picking up. He's not doing Infinity Edge, because Infinity Edge in 13.2 changes to 40%. So if Scout picks up an IE off that, then... Oh, it's Yone. Never mind. Anyway, so we're getting close towards second item here, coming through from Scout. He's farming up once again, just like he was in the Rise of the first game. Being pretty solid. I'm just waiting for moments like this. He's on top of Breeze. He's going to be looking for it. The all-in's there, and Breeze just says, get out of here. That's a 2-item chase.
Not able to find those opportunities. Dragon coming up so soon. This is why RNG's back is coming out now. Get back onto the map and start reestablishing that vision control. LNG, I think, doing a nice job of getting in there first, because had they let RNG control this area, it would be so incredibly hard to walk in. They're gonna have to like overload the bottom lane with multiple members, I think, to even try if RNG are able to take control over River, because Angel right now doing a nice job of trying to clear out this wave in mid. And yeah, Vision's gonna come out first for the side of RNG. So they're gonna be able to throw out a lot of this poke.
Pain in the bum, those saplings, I tell you what. Great for setting up Vision as well. Both junglers level 11 here. Worth mentioning for the ultis, as both of them are available. Nothing's really been used in the past 5 minutes. Breeze poke onto Zika. Meaningful, but not impactful. Is that a 2.5-item chase now with the last whisper picked up? Poke starting to come through. That dragon would mean an Ocean Soul here for LNG, for a Yone, for a Jax. But RNG, that 5-man group you talk about, just so impenetrable at the moment. But LNG are going to try and make a play for the side lane instead, so Zika's just moving off while Scout's going to try something heroic.
Yeah, I mean, you don't feel too bad about giving them over one Drake. The thing you're more scared about is that time going into people like Sivir getting more items in the Azir.
And it's gone. And that ulti just stopped them in their place, and yeah, that's it. For a turret, though, as you said, not the worst thing in the world, but you did say RNG were fine with just chilling. Well, now they're going to go chill at their Baron place. This is like a mansion. They love chilling here. Turret's going to go down, acting as wards.
Look,
and even though LPTP's in, what do you do?
We need to cheer for this. We're at a point where we need to be biased and want some action. Let's go, Zika. Get in there. Start this fight against RNG.
Oh my god, it's down to 4 HP, dude. If he was closer to the Counter-Strike, he would have found that as bait sealed. On the one. Breathes the target. On the way. It's further as well. Counter-Strike gets him. That was just... What was the Baron smite? That went to 4 HP. If Zika was next to it and did a little bit of a twirl with his magical stick, man, that Baron goes to LNG. That was sketchy.
Now LNG are going to have like more members on the map and maybe be able to pressure a turret or two. But by the time Breathe and Way are up, you now have this Baron on you know, people like the Azir and the Sivir. It's going to be able to start up quite a nice push from Muscala. He's cut out now, but nice footwork from him to make sure he gets a return trade onto Tarzan. But like I was saying before, we need to transcend the boundaries. We need to be biased for the action. We need to beg for it. We see here, I mean, Stun's there, but like you said, incredibly close and risky Baron with Angel having to be able to pick it up, and then the Fate Sealed coming out from Scout, finding the lockdown to guarantee some kills over. Pretty much just RNG putting themselves in a risky position of going for that Baron, where they'll guaranteed get it, but it gives LNG the fight setup on the back end, with RNG just having to all force their way into that small choke.
But hey, at least getting the Baron, even though you lost 2 buffs, you got 3. On our screen, the 3 members retaining it, and Lyric, you know, keeping the game going, slowing it down, or rather keeping it towards its pace. RNG now with almost a 3-item Sivir, 2 items here on Angel on the Azir. And that 3rd item, last Whisper, up in the top side. It's getting close to getting complete as well. I'm sure the gold for Breathe will be pretty much there to hit it back as Gala caught out, has to cleanse away. Chance Corruption connect after the fact as well, but look, the zone from Nature's Grasp. Way just says no, and LNG have to respect it.
I mean, so many tools to dissuade the plays coming out from LNG. That's why LNG have just opted into just farming in these side lanes, hoping for the best. But now, with Baron coming out, with RNG able to group up and make the map smaller, it makes it so hard for LNG. So another turret broken down, gold lead starting to be on the up and up for the side of RNG. But now they're going to have to be a bit careful with you know, Way's ultimate not being up anymore.
I don't want them to be careful. I just want them to be sure, Lyric. Because in 2 minutes, we're going to have that dragon again. LNG can still hit Soul. But more importantly, RNG can show us that big team fight. They'll have the Infinity Edge by then too. Things are looking pretty good here in the second game. However, I'm not sure if I'm ready to say that yet. Are you?
Look,
Still solid.
look. LNG, for whatever reason, aren't gonna opt into that next dragon fight. They're
You
not.
reckon?
I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know the setup that's gonna get us there. There won't be a fight. How does it make you feel?
Sad, honestly. I mean,
Look, we've been wrong so much. We just need to hope.
True. Sorry, I was just remarking it. I think it's because of the pets. I think Way's little pup, because he had a sapling in that blue brush, he hit the blue buff and pup literally flew. Like it's like someone kicked a puppy across the screen. You know, have you seen those horrible videos?
No, why have you seen those videos?
Oh, I hate people. But it flew across the screen all the way to blue buff. Just to have a little play with blue buff and then flew back. I don't know. YouTube algorithm, man. Oh. Political stuff, you know how it is. Absolutely flew. Anyway, no recommendations. 30 seconds. Let's hit up Dragon. And it better be good. Because I'm getting sick and tired of sitting here with 8 kills in an LPL game at 27 minutes in. This is my league. I do not want it to be slow. So 5v5, Scouts level 16, that's Yoneing time, for sure.
Yeah, here's what's going to happen. Scout going to walk forward. All of RNG going to be distracted, engaging on mid lane like they are right now. Scout pops his ultimate, lands it on Breathe, Bunny, and Gala. They all instantly go down. Dragon goes over, and then RNG instantly respond. We get a team fight right away. That's 2 team fights in the span of 1 team fight.
And you know what? Ult's already been used by Way too, so that makes it more dangerous. 2 team fights for 1. I like the sound of that as RNG continue to face off against their opponent. LNG are looking furious, mad. Some would even say mad, but I don't think that they know what's coming for them. It's RNG sitting in the river. Angel now hitting some minions. Those minions are dying pretty fast with the TP stopping the minions
TP's
from dying.
coming out!
But the Dragon at 5k. Zika's twirling and twirling, but he doesn't find it as Tarzan is hit pretty hard. Now, running in, a flash away from Bunny. They run in again. Fate sealed. Angel going golden. Gala running away. The Dragon is gone. It's taken a soul. LNG. Oh!
Soul
now
goes
over. Away, man. And you know, with the soul down, the lockdown Hung's here as well. Royal must now give up.
LNG, they find the fight that they were waiting for, we were all waiting for. They get soul, they're gonna be able to push in. Just everything works out when you believe enough. And you know what LNG believe in right now? They believe in Baron empowered minions. Doesn't that sound great? So yeah, they're gonna walk over to Baron. They're gonna pick that one up. They just got themselves some honey fruit, and I believe someone picked themselves up a blue buff on the way. Everything's pretty swell as we see here. Way does get brought down at first, but the real important thing in my mind is like the backside of this fight. Zika finding a great flank, instantly gets on the Azir. Gala was forced to flash, and he flashes away from the rest of his team. Kind of instantly taking out all the damage dealers from the side of RNG and allowing LNG to finally find the fight that they've been meditating for this whole game.
Yeah, they've been meditating hard, man. You can see that their brain power was on another level. RNG sitting there in the 4th dimension. LNG sitting there on the 5th, wondering how to take on the 6th. We've got a GA for Scout after that as well. That's definitely something worth meditating on further, because now for LNG with the Ocean Salt, with the gold lead, with this game being a hooly-dooly whack-a-mooly, I think we've got to start looking at the reality that LNG are facing down to 2-0, which is pretty exciting considering that, you know, we came into this series with a lot of expectations for banger, back and forth, bloodshed, you know, an Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator movie kind of level. But we got Eternals again. And now Zika is going to get altered back here. We're going to find out, is it going to turn into the Avengers? Wait, put the music on. Scout's in here. Oh my God, it's Iron Man. Breathe is up against the wall. Tony Stark. Look at the money and the value. That's the reason he leads the... Wait, no, he's not the leader of the Avengers. That's the reason he should lead the Avengers as Way running for his life. Scout is just poking him with a stick, man. And there you go. That's what happens in endgame. Spoilers, but honestly, it's been out long enough. LNG now on the Nexus. This was just such a strange series from start to finish, and all I can say is yippee-ki-yay, because LNG acting like McLean here, taking it in smooth fashion, killing everyone in the end, and saving, well, maybe saving us, saving themselves with a 2-0 win.
LNG figuring out the strat to beat RNG. Just wait. Just keep waiting. They're not going to, be able to push the game forward or find ways to end or further their advantages. And Zika, once again, finds a pivotal flank that really opened them up to take that team fight, which then pushed into the game. Yeah, LNG, it was slow. It was, I don't know, methodical is the right word, but it was very tempered, and they never gave over too much ground. I think we saw that in both games. Even in game one, when RNG did start to find like a massive gold lead, it never felt like LNG were down and out of it. And game two, very much feeling the same.
Yeah, wasn't super interesting League of Legends, but hey, it was decent from LNG. Finding the window was class, and I'll be interested to see how LNG deal against maybe other top tier teams, because I don't know, RNG, watching them versus IG getting slapped, now against LNG, this team is missing the spark. And RNG have always been known as the Spring Kings, but so far, that's a bit of a yikes. I've not seen Kings of Spring whatsoever starting 1 and 2.
Yeah, and this was why I don't want to keep harping back to this, but like coming in, like when people were making, I'd say, preseason power rankings and seeing where RNG would rate on some of them, I remember me and you even talking about this. RNG were such a hard team to rank, and if anything, I would have assumed that they would do like mid to lower tier than like still a top team, just because Xiaohu and Ming define so much of the identity. Even if it was just Xiaohu they lost, like that still would have been so defining to how they played the game. So even if they still have the talent and the players there, you're missing key voices that, like, this isn't just speculation. Like, we've seen it in team documentaries, through team interviews, of how pivotal those two were to that team. And with them being gone, it just, we should look at this as like RNG completely rebuilding from the ground up. So
yeah,
it is definitely going to take some time for them to find their footing. LNG as well, you're right. I think they're going to be a very interesting team to see where they really pan out. It might be like last year, where they kept winning. None of them were too convincing, but also not too bad. And then they're able to ramp up at the end. Their next match is against RA, who have shown some good signs of life. So I think, that'll be like a really interesting one to watch, with RA putting some pressure up against them, and how LNG are able to handle that. But so far, LNG are 4-0 in the league. No matter how they've been able to win, they've still been able to not even drop a game so far.
Yeah, again, it's been clean enough, right? I think game one especially, showing they're in control the whole time. For RNG, a lot of doubt, obviously a lot of pessimism, but I think overall, seeing LNG perform that well gives people a lot of faith. I think my key takeaways are that Scout's integrated into the roster nicely. He's still quite solid as a player. Tarzan is Tarzan doing Tarzan things. Zika is looking pretty good. Is he as good as the other Zika or Zeka on the other side of the world? Sorry. Well, no, actually, they're pretty close to each other, but
I was going to say, that's not the other side of the world.
But in this team, I guess, am I excited for LP and Hung? I think they had a really solid performance, and yeah, I'm not sure. Games like this is really hard to find a key takeaway, because it was like, it was over.
Like, this seems like a team that still is going to have to figure out how and who they want to play around. Like, game one, it made a lot of sense to me why they were just letting RNG, like, take the reins, and you're kind of just waiting for your moment to strike. I feel like this game, there were more opportunities where they could have looked to, like cross-map once we got into mid-game, or try and set up potential picks on sides where they were very hesitant. But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of like different styles coming together if you think about it, right? Because Hung was like the ultra aggressive, always go in support, that kind of worked well with LWX because he was willing to follow up on that. LP just seems a lot more like stock and standard, wanting to play the lane out and you know, more controlled groove. Then you have Scout, we talked about it, a bit of an all-rounder. Tarzan has, I think, shown different looks. There were like moments where he was very lane focused, but overall throughout his career has been very much playing for a bit of his own lead. So yeah, they're also a bit of an interesting mishmash of players that I think are gonna need more time as compared to like one of these teams that just comes out right from the get-go, either like IG where everything looks like it just naturally synergized somehow, or teams like OMG who like their core's been together for so long, they at least know what they want to do. So whether in wins or losses, they look cohesive, right?
Yeah, somewhat, right? Like, but still, I think concerns overall. Takeaway is that we're still going to wait and see, you know, how I guess RNG do against some of the mid-tier teams. They've got JDG next. Okay, good luck. WE is a great team to test against right now because they've started 2-1. WE might look like the middle tier team having beaten TT and having also, by the way, taken the win against FPX, who could be middle to bottom. So that's a real test for them.
That our next RNG matchup is RNG EDG, like the long-time rivalry, and it's just
true. Yeah,
both teams still taking time to find their footing, but LNG's next matchup on the opposite end. Oh, we already hit on it. It's RA, OMG, NIP. Like 3 teams who I think have solid enough rosters and have shown like good enough like skill in LPL that it's a really nice mix for me in terms of like both sides of the matchup, right? Like seeing where both RA and LNG are able to stack up on that coin. Same for OMG, LNG, and kind of the reading we're going to get in, because so far in LNG, I still get very much that this will have to be a more scout focused team. And it seems like Seeka's going to be the other focal point of that as compared to bot lane being the ones to take the back seat. We still did see that Hung was very willing to like roam when he was on FPX, and like once it got more to like early mid game, start making his way out of lane and looking for these plays. So I think it definitely could work, and that there's like a potential system there for LNG to grow in.
And just coming back, I was just thinking, I was on that note of like EDG RNG. Remember, we were looking at it as, you know, if anyone doesn't know, match of the week kind of decided by like, you know, the most hype matchup, right? We try and do it by skill. And I was just looking at it and I was like, you know, there's been so many years where EDG RNG has been our match of the week. And on that note of like quality and performance, EDG RNG is not our match of the week, I think, for the first time ever. I don't think we've ever had a split where EDG RNG is not being considered match of the week. Because their performance right now is, you know, not that great. EDG got 2-0'd earlier by IG, and RNG just got 2-0 by LNG. They're both teams, as you said, trying to find their mark a bit. And we're doing BLG Weibo because it's so much better, because the quality right now is so much better than these other 2 teams, right?
I mean, it's just a rebuilding split for both orgs. We also had that in, what was it, 2020, when I believe there was one split where like only one of them made playoffs, and they even dropped out in like bottom 8 or something like that. So like we've seen this from these orgs before. I don't think it's anything too worrying, because both EDG and RNG have been orgs that have shown that they're willing to invest in like getting back to the top and wanting to be top organizations in this league. And you know, now I guess we're just waiting to find out who we're going to interview, if we're going to interview someone. I actually don't know.
MVP first though. An MVP. Oh my God, who is it? Tarzan, Zika, Hung, Scout. Oh, I could have just I threw it in game 1. I was wrong. Scout gets MVP for game 2. He was Yone. You know, had some good odds. Like, wasn't the explosive, you know, 0-10 Exodia performance from there that we expect. But hey, Yone not dying, not like solo queue, but definitely like Scout.
And I mean, his first Yone win in his professional career. We said he's only played it once before, lost it against WE in 2021 spring playoffs. So the fact that or the summer playoffs, manages to get back here and pick up a win, he had some nice ults. And yeah, I mean, it's great to see that Scout might be willing to push the limits of his champion pool a bit more. Not that Scout hasn't shown a lot throughout his career. I mean, the guy's played for so long. But Scout definitely is one of those players that I think has a more like set controlled, like in this meta, I will pick like these like 5 to 6 things and doesn't really venture too far out from it. So
True.
Great to see the Yone so early on in the split.
Yeah, as a response to Angel, who debuted, and we didn't get to talk too much about him. It's funny that Scout took the MVP, right under the nose when Angel finally made his debut on RNG. So congratulations to Scout. For LNG picking up that win, just a quick reminder to rehash, LNG are now 2-0, 4-0 in individual game score. They'll move up towards near the top of the standings alongside teams like RA. And we already highlighted it on before. LNG will actually have to first RA, then OMG, then NIP. So it'll be interesting. We don't have an interview for this one because we are in Suzhou. So we're going to bring up the results for you from today. It was a quick-ish day. I mean, the last series for a 2-0 actually did take a while.
Yeah, it was. I mean, today was weird. Like we had a clapping that I didn't really expect to happen with IG just looking like studs. Like not even like bad on EDG. Just IG looked good, and then this one definitely a slow burn, but LNG showing they're the better team, and RNG. I mean, RNG needing to figure it out. It was Angel's first time coming back in on the Rift, and he only got to play one game, so who knows how much they've gotten to scrim with them. And yeah, you're just going to hope with more time that both of these teams figure out there it is, Asterix. There it is.
Look at them. 3-0. They'll win today. Go back and watch the VOD. IG versus EDG. Absolute stunning performance, and nothing more you can say rather than believing in IG this split. Seems to be more of a responsibility rather than a courtesy call for you. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They have not dropped a single game so far. Their schedule looks pretty reasonable as well as we look towards tomorrow's games. You're not going to see IG until Saturday against TT, but you are going to see JDG once again returning from the Chinese New Year break with Ruler going up against NIP. And that'll be an interesting one considering that Lyric on the other side. I was just trying to look at some of the links here. I believe we are going to get Photic and Draw going up against Ruler in the bottom lane. Is going to be pretty intense for I guess the new bottom lane themselves.
Yeah, and then TSRA. I want to highlight that one because RA have actually looked pretty good lately. Those series will be being casted from my home, not by me, but from my home, which is just I don't know why I threw that out there, but
the Munchables is it? Wow.
Yeah. Well, you don't know if it's Munchables.
It has to be, dude. You guys live together now. You're a Briton. You're a Briton now. You're a Briton. You're a British. You're British now.
Oh no.
Oh my God! What a cameo. Oh my God. He has to get paid now. We know the rules. You guys have to split your wage. He has to get paid. So they're living together now, if you didn't already gather from that. So we get Munchables and Nymera tomorrow, I believe. Yes, it is. So Lyric, thank you for joining me. I lost myself in the air, but that's just...
Get us out of here, buddy.
That's just, we're going to go. It's time to eat chocolate, chill out, and watch your favorite co-streamers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tonight. We'll be back with you same time tomorrow for LPL. It's bye for now, but not forever. Until then.